Skeeter, stop biting me. Ugh. So I'm pretty close to finishing the main game now. Aw, you fucking gross motherfucker. Trying to think. I'm trying to get the last 3 power cells. Maker's End, the Grave Horde, Mountain of Hell. This guy's so cute. Ow.
This must be the pass O'Tor was talking about, with Banuk territory just above.
So let's see if I can just fucking oh this dumb shit again. If I did something slightly too late, you know, I've gotta fucking go through all of this again.
Looks good.
Nice. Well, potion? No. Going the wrong way? Fuck. Is it the wrong way? No, you can't see Skeeter anymore. Oh my god, that scared the fuck out of me. What's up, babe? Are you fucking... Why didn't you grab it? She straight up did not grab the fucking, like, a rope thing. Just trying to fucking. There's got to be a power cell somewhere in here. That's what I'm looking for right now.
Save these for the trail.
Where is it? Jesus. Go, come on. Okay, go in. Thanks, babe.
These wires must run to the power source.
Thank you, baby. I think that's supposed to be right here. Yeah. It's not fucking here, goddammit. Alright. Let's get the fuck out of here. There you go. He's being super loud right now. So if I've got that one, that means there's one of the first two that I missed. Oh, okay, I don't think I've got that one actually. Where is it? I think it's no, it's not that one. It's not that one. It's not this one either. God damn it. I love you, dude. Yeah, this part's gonna be pretty boring. It's just a lot of fucking travel essentially, because I'm just trying to get this fucking armor. No. It's supposed to be a mother's watch, yeah. Nice heater. I gave him a little piece of a chicken nugget earlier. So now his breath smells like chicken nuggets. Wait, can I? Can I actually not get in? That doesn't make sense. Why would I not be able to get in? Hold on. Alright, so apparently I can't fucking do this anyway, so I'm gonna just do the main quest for right now. Fuck it. That sucks. That's annoying. Glad I read that though. I'm gonna go to Meridian. Okay. I'm gonna kill him. No, he's good. Where is he? Ow, he bit me. Thanks, babe. Woo! Love these load times. Skeeter's gone, so the camera goes back to me. Aw, shit. Sorry. The game is trying to get up to fucking 60 FPS, but it's loading.
Where's Talana? Maybe upstairs.
Is that so?
No Assis either. Maybe Lygan knows where they are.
This guy's name is Lygan. Jesus Christ. Hello.
You have trophies? I can hang on to them until the Sunhawk returns.
Where are Assis and Talana?
Assis received word about Red Maw and rushed out. Talana found out a short time later and had to follow.
They both went alone?
Assis left without his thrush. Talana did as well. Though I saw some outlanders follow after her.
I wouldn't put it past Assis to try something underhanded to get the kill. Where have they gone? I have to help if I can.
You might be right. They've gone southeast.
How
headed
big?
for the spear shafts. You'd better hurry.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Okay. Elune, the you know, the moon goddess, like the super super crazy important person, was essentially 3D printed. In Zereth Mortis. Yeah, she was 3D printed up there. Oh, exactly. Yeah, I'm very excited to see how this expansion turns out. Oh shit, it's Tuesday. I gotta fucking go check my my shit. See if I got anything good. There's a lot of red over there.
How much did Assis pay you? That sounds like her.
She got downed immediately.
These must be the Outlanders that followed Talana. Looks like Assis hired some thugs.
Oh my god, there's so many people. Fire. Life hack. Just permanent slow motion. That's because Kate's reported you. I don't know. Maybe you just refresh. Can you imagine just fighting this?
Keep up the pressure!
Dude, they got fucked up. What's she doing?
Thank you. I should have seen this coming. Of course he would hire men to keep me from Redmaw. They died for
That's
his
fucked
pride.
up.
Where's Assis now?
He's gone after Redmaw.
So,
This
long story
way.
short, this
Hurry.
quest chain is just I'm part of a like a
Why is
hunting
Assis
lodge or a
going
hunting
after
crew,
Redmaw alone?
and they just hunt animals for or they hunt like machines for sport, and that's it. And this guy hired a bunch of hitmen to kill her because he wants the pride.
Went after Redmaw alone out of pride. He knew we needed to unseat Assis.
One sec, babe.
I'm not sure where Assis and Redmaw went from
I
here.
can follow their tracks.
There's some large footprints.
I fear we're too late. There he is. Redmaw.
I didn't see. Where is he? Oh,
Assis is holding his own.
this guy's fucking dead. I'm getting ready to watch this man die. Without a doubt. Dead. absolutely fucking dead. There's no way a human being survives
He's
that.
holding his own. Well,
We have our work
cut
for
out
cut,
us.
and he shoots the machine guns and just fucking lasers this guy. I didn't think he could break that rock, I'll be honest. Oh, I need to switch. Can you tell I've gotten better with the bow, by the way? Oh, that was... Oh. Oh, that was dumb. I know what I need. Where is it? Do I not have it? Did I sell it? Fuck. Oh my god. Okay, this guy is... Yeah, okay, so that does not work on him. I'm just gonna have to use fire. Damn it. Oh my god, that was glitched as fuck. Oh, my S key. Give me my key back. crazy. That killed me. Oh my god, all of that for nothing. Oh, I'm so angry. That was fucking stupid. That was actually dumb that I just died that way.
Cease is holding his own.
Yeah, bitch, I know. Fucking get out of this shit. Oh my god. That was so scary. I need to get rid of that tail. Oh my god. No damage. Oh.
Just a little bit more.
Oh, man.
Got it.
There we go. Yay. She's just getting fucked up. That's about it.
By the sun, we did it.
I think I have some upgrades for certain weapons. So what do I currently have? 16 corruption. There we go. Then sharp shot bow. 37% damage. Bunch of tear, bunch of handling. No. No. Let's make this my freeze weapon. And this lightning? Well, I don't have any lightning, unfortunately. That's okay. Switch back to... I was wearing the wrong armor. No wonder I was getting shit on.
Hello there, beautiful. We make a great team.
You didn't do shit. You,
And
you
now-
were getting fucked up on the
You're
ground.
the Sunhawk.
About that.
Okay.
Talana. He's still alive.
Out of the way, Nora. Filth.
You're done. The Lodge is finally free of your influence.
I kept it alive. In dark times.
No, you buried it. Along with my father's memory.
I should have... I should have let you fight Redmaw first.
Just kill this dude.
To
No one's gonna
soften him
know.
up.
He died to Red Maw.
Damn.
Ugh, damn. This guy's fake
Here
playing
lies
dead.
the Sunhawk of the Hunter's Lodge. It's almost a shame.
Nah,
After all
guy's
that,
a
you're
dick.
gonna weep for him.
Oh no. I just wish I could have seen his face when I succeeded him.
Okay then.
Meet me back at the Hunter's Lodge.
you
if you have
didn't
the
do
time.
anything.
I
I
have a
killed it.
feeling the new Sunhawk wants to welcome you.
Yeah, he was like, The dude's not dead. Skeeter. Skeeter. God damn, the loading times have been awful today. About threw up just right there from that burp. Oh, I forgot. It's because I'm going back to Meridian. Yeah, I have almost all the side quests in the game done. So like Notebook, go to collectibles. I have all the vantage points, which I'm going to go through before I end the game. I have all the cups. I have all the metal flowers, and I have all the Banuk statues. I have every single collectible like in the game. And on the regular collectibles, I don't have the frozen ones because I haven't done the DLC. I have a lot of the data points, but most of these don't actually like they don't. What's the word? They're not like obvious on where they're at, so it's very, very difficult to actually find them. 75% of the game is done. And I've played for 29 hours so far.
There wouldn't be anything left of him for the Oseram to take.
I'm level 40. The game goes up to I think 50 normally, and then 60 for the DLC. I think. I'm not entirely sure on that one yet.
Won't find better wares.
Back from the wilds. You come on back if you
I forgot you trade in the collectibles. It's not that guy. There's another person that sells shit for the metal flowers. I forget where they're at. This guy? No, it's just that guy. It's gotta be this guy then.
Ah, you're back. Ah.
Let's go ahead.
I am always
oh,
happy to trade with you. Till we... I have a matter of grace and beauty I would like... Hello again. I hope... I look... Everyone needs a splash of color.
Okay, inventory. Treasure boxes. Nothing. 8 rocks. There we go. So, this is for bringing the Banuk statues. Bunch of modifications. This is for all the metal flowers. So, coils, bunch of mods. Decent coils, bunch of mods. Very good coils, bunch of mods. Okay. I'm just gonna open all these. Sorry. Something I had to do. Alright. What did I just do? Oh, I dropped it on the ground?
Come,
I did.
let's talk it over.
Okay, and then...
There you are.
You said you.
Just
So what happened?
love ha-
Is it?
Of course.
Right.
It is all...
boxes.
Let's have a chat. No. A color?
And merchants. And that guy.
Discussion.
Actually, I think I can
Good
sell
to
this
see you.
guy. Oh, no,
Yes.
I can't. Sweet. Okay. Modifications. Sell all the... Nice. Sell all these. Any blues. We only ride purple damage in this game now. This late in the game, anyway. A lot of spear damage, very strong regular damage.
May you soon... Could you spare...
Crafting, modify weapons. Let's check out the sharp shot bow. It has a lot of tear in it, but I don't know if that's what I want. If I want to add damage or keep my handling. Where's the other one? Just a warbow. Tear. No, that's tear and a lot of handling. There we go. That's pretty good. 40% fire, 40% fire and some shock, some freeze. 66% handling. Holy shit. Some tear and some corruption. So corruption seems like it'd be pretty. This is the only thing it would work on. But I want like max corruption. I need to. My next one is definitely going to be like that one. Well, I guess I gotta do this. Damn it! What a fucking waste.
For a moment to speak of the finer things.
These aren't goods, they're necessities.
There we go. So the idea is that my main bow is mostly for fire damage. My war bow is for only corruption, useless for everything.
Radovin Khan Padish, cherished brother, and Sunhawk Talavad Khan Padish, beloved father. Let their memory and sacrifice be a beacon for all hunters, all people to follow. Look, a memorial to my father and brother, and all the men who died in the Sun Ring. You made this possible, Aloy. Thank you.
Thank you. Sunhawk.
So, what's it like to be Sunhawk?
It feels like sunrise after a long night. I'm in your debt. You'll always have a special home here, if you want it.
What happens now, in the lodge?
As Sunhawk, I've made sure we invite prospective members based on ability and drive, regardless of Carja blood.
Yay.
This lodge will be a stale bastion of the old regime no
Bastion?
longer.
I feel like that's inherently wrong.
Well,
Oh shit.
Thank you, Aloy. May you always take your...
Yeah, no problem, dude. Did she give me anything? That was a pretty important side quest. Extraordinary reward box and some skills. Okay. I need to get that. That's very important.
For the Vanguard too.
Okay, cool and all. But like, did I really gain nothing out of that? Just some fucking items? Some worthless ass items? Fuck you, bitch. I did all that shit, you give me nothing? You're a fucking real piece of work, dude. Where are we at? Aaron's Hammer and Steel. Okay. Side Death from the Skies. Go to Pitch Cliff. We're gonna do Aaron's. Because they're so low level. Means it should be a cakewalk. We'll go here and go straight north. Skeeter. This dude loves to stream. Where? The fuck was that? What is that a behemoth? I'm not going that way, they can deal with that.
Sunstone Rock.
It's not my
It's
problem.
being attacked by machines.
I don't like our chances. You wanna tell Warden Geneva we back down? Let's take our chances.
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep going north. So I have corruption arrows now, which I don't think you've seen, Ashlyn. Basically, they they're basically like a madness spell, where if you hit somebody with it, and you get them to like the full status effect, they go fucking crazy. And they attack anyone near them, and it also deals damage to them. So it's very good for like, oh shit, I've been caught moments, because then you can just start popping a bunch of people with them. That's why I'm stacking corruption, because it's like if I just hit like 3 guys with it, that's an easy way to get away, you know.
Dusk Mesa. Now I need to find some place too high to reach, if I'm to believe anything Fernand said.
It's really not a jumping puzzle right there. Oh, there it is. Yeah, no, the corruption's really strong. That, and I can indefinitely like fuck people up.
I'll find a use for you. What do you know? And it's empty.
Spear girl!
Of course.
You found it. The perfect location for an ambush. Now throw
Oh,
down
he
that
wants my spear.
magnificent spear, and we'll let you live.
I just killed Red Maw. Are you sure you
You've
want to fight me?
obviously heard of me. You know what I'm capable of. Where do you think this will turn out well for you?
I like the odds. Get her.
Why do I
Right, so
bother?
like, I'll show you. Yeah, so now that I've stacked corruption so high, it's very easy for me to like corrupt somebody with it. You know, I think it's broken right now because they don't have. Oh, wait, there we go.
Oh no.
What the fuck?
Come back, I wasn't done.
That's not what I wanted. Broke strat. The jump. The jump fucking shots are such a broke strat. Alright, now let's see if it works.
No shame in taking cover.
Oh my god. That, oh, that would have killed me.
You won't escape me.
Oh my god, so now I can hit them with fire in one shot. Nice.
That's the last of them. But Fernand ran
So I
out.
guess corruption doesn't work on people very well. I don't know. Go back to Meridian. No, I don't want to. Let's go do this one.
Meridian done.
Right there. Trying to stay away from Meridian, trying to dodge those long ass load times, but I don't know if I'm gonna be able to dodge it right now. Since I'm traveling so far north, it probably hasn't loaded this area yet. Is that fucking thunder? Holy shit, hold on. Jesus Christ, is it raining where you're at? That scared the fuck out of me. That thunder is crazy. It shook my fucking, like, our liquor cabinet. And the game is still fucking loading. So, I've fixed the FPS issues for the most part, at least on the stream side of things, but the load time of this fucking game kills me. It woke Orange up. That dude's hard to wake up. This way. Yeah, so I've explored virtually the entire game. So this is where we're at right now, right? So this is probably part of the main quest. That's part of the main quest that I'm currently on, that I'm getting ready to go do. Can't really explore that part yet. But there's no side quest things. Like, all of this shit is done. I'm not doing the hunting grounds, I don't think. Not for a long time. And if I'm doing them off stream. I'm not going to waste my fucking time. Like, I play everything else on stream, but I don't want to do the hunting grounds on stream. They're boring as fuck to watch. Because if you don't ace it, I need to keep doing it, you know, and I don't want to fucking have to do that.
I got us this far.
You had
Two
us
hunters
wandering
arguing.
for hours.
Just what I'm looking for.
That's because I couldn't concentrate with you hammering on.
I'm not sure what the...
You kept asking me questions. When did I start
I'm
sleeping?
not sure. I know I want to
Ever
finish
seen
this Royal
the
Human,
elevator
because I'm
at
pretty close to
Meridian?
that.
If Caleb had been here, we'd have someone's coming.
Probably a game that I've played
Are you
before,
Jargrees
honestly.
and Balaja?
Like,
Caleb sent me to look for you.
I don't know,
did?
like Fallout New Vegas
must know we
or
lost
Mass
the
Effect
herd.
or Skyrim
No,
or something.
I lost.
Like, do you have any preference
I
on what
don't
you
care
want to
who
see?
lost it. Just why don't I track it down for you?
I couldn't let you do that. It was my responsibility, not yours or his.
We saw 3 behemoths and some shell walkers in the herd. It won't be easy alone.
I can sneak up on the herd better without conversation.
Arguing, you mean? I'll go with you
Yeah?
alone.
Okay,
Jargrees
I'll do that.
can ask his incessant questions to the wind.
Understand that
Why
that
didn't
game's
you
a lot
agree
like
to
this
the
game
trade
where it's
if
a
you can't stand
lot
in
of
my
fucking
presence?
dialogue.
If you weren't...
Enough! Jargrees, Balaja asked you to switch with Caleb so she could spend time with you.
What?
And if I heard right, Jargrees led you off course so he could spend more time talking with you.
Really?
Now you talk it out while I get those behemoth cables. Where did you last see the herd?
Oh,
Both of them
Up
are
on
a
that
lot of
ridge.
talking,
And
but
take some arrows
I
with
would
you.
say it depends on what you want to see. If you want to see like cinematic, like amazing masterpiece and great storytelling, Mass Effect. If you want to see some really funny, crazy shit, and then just like bonkers game mechanics, New Vegas. Long story short, this quest chain is these two people went missing from their camp. Nobody knew why, like where they went, and then we find out that they just wanted to go on a little hunting date, but they actually got mad at each other for it. Wait, aren't I doing behemoth cables? There we go. I was gonna say that's not. Those are tramplers. I need a behemoth.
Where were they going?
Also, I can tame every single animal in this game except for corruptors or deathbringers.
They must have wanted to follow the river. I hear them now.
Nice. I perfected that whistle. I don't know if you saw that. Okay. Good night. Thanks for joining in. Have a good one. Tell Connor I hope he gets better, or at least we figure out what's going on.
Here they come.
pandemonium. Ouch. Oh my god, that rock almost fucking got me. Is my guy at full health still? What's going on over there? Oh. Oh god. This is pretty fucking crazy to just watch. I'm dead. God damn it. Oh, that was dumb. That was fucking stupid. Ugh. Just dumb decision. Or dumb mistakes. This time I'm just gonna stick with where did they go? See, that's what's dumb. Is like I have to be in combat with them. I think that's really stupid. Let's do this shit again. Hack this guy. Jesus. Holy shit. Crazy. They're just fucking each other up, like tearing off all the fucking, like armor and shit. this. Easy, easy.
Oh, mine now.
Oh my god, that's crazy. They fucked each other up, dude. Let's go back here. Basically going back to be like, hey, here are your. So the reason I went there, if you guys didn't watch the last VOD, the reason I basically went there was to find those hunters, and they needed what are called behemoth cables. They're Oseram, so they build tinkering stuff, and they basically created this massive cannon that is used to defend their little town. So I went there to find the hunters and get the cables for the cannon, so they can continue just fucking shit up and defending their little town up here.
You've got those behemoth cables, don't you? I knew you'd come through.
And Jagris and Baladia should be along. Eventually.
We've been expecting you ever since they came back. Whatever you did, it worked. Now they're off snogging in the shed.
Oh my god, they're just fucking in the porta potty.
She put me on guard duty for a month, so I'm glad it was worth it. Thank you.
No problem.
I see you survived their bickering.
Barely.
I could say they struggle in love because they're young, but the old rarely fare better. Thank you, Aloy, for enduring them.
Nice. There's that one. Basically, and then this guy was like, hey, there's this crazy cool cache just out over here where the blah blah blah, and basically set me up for an ambush. And I of course killed everybody and fucked them all up. And now I'm gonna go back and confront him, I believe. And then I have, these are called errands, which are like very easy side quests, and then you have actual side quests which have like cinematic and not cinematic, but like story and shit like that. That's what I'm gonna do next. I think I have 2 more of those before I move on to the main quest. I'm almost done. 75% of the way complete with the game so far. That's not including the the fucking Frozen Wilds, which is like a little short. I'm not short. It's probably like a decent sized DLC. Hopefully it involves like a bunch of like cool little shit and little like expanding on the lore and whatnot. That would be pretty cool. Hopefully my fucking Dexcom sensor gets here. That's ridiculous. That's still not here. I hate the medical field so much in America. Mosquito looks sad over there.
See for yourself.
Take a look at these wares.
Buy what you need.
There he is.
Oh no.
It just says talk to him. I'm gonna fuck him up, dude.
Let me in!
Oh, Fernand. Our deal is off.
Oh, it's you. How about a new deal? You could just cut off my finger, or my hand, or my left arm, but that's my final offer.
Tempting, but I want you to spread the word to all your crooked friends. Me and my spear are off limits from now on.
I can do that. What should I tell them?
Tell them how you barely escaped with your life. Get creative.
Mm-hmm.
You're good at that. I don't want to have to
Aloy's such a
confine you
fucking
again.
badass character. I love
Understood.
Aloy.
You won't hear from any of us ever again.
I'd better not.
Oh my god, threatening. Errands are done. Let me see. Why am I, oh, this guy was hurt. That's what it was. He was like, go to Pitchcliff and talk to blah blah blah. And he was just hurt alongside the road, and that was it. This game is supposed to be an RPG, and it's like kind of there, here, there. I feel like on normal, it would be a little bit better. Outfit wise, I feel like the outfits are fucking worthless. Just because you face such a large variety of damage. So it's like I have melee on right now, but it's like even with melee, I feel like if I get hit, I'm gonna get fucking one-shotted by something. Doesn't matter what I really have, I guess. It's just like if you on this difficulty or higher, it's just like if you don't dodge, you know.
Talks. This must be Pitchcliff.
I've been in Pitchcliff before. Holy shit, one shot and they get set ablaze. Oh, come on. Wait, does fire make them crash? If so, that's broken. Flint Hawks will never be a problem again.
Down you go.
Look at that one's dead. Oh my god. Oh, that was sick.
Not close enough.
What made these Flintox attack? I better speak to whoever's in charge.
That's what made it. I have it right there. It's the proof. I don't know what the correct way up was.
You just flew in on a rainbow and saved our sorry slags. Where do you come from?
A man named Hackard outside the village warned me.
Traitor! I ordered him to stay put. I'll throw him in irons.
He's dead.
What? That scorched out, filthy, rotten dirtwad of a brother.
This guy's got a
Why didn't
sick
you
hat
listen?
and an even sicker mustache,
Why?
dude. And a turd
He
on his like
was worried
chest.
you and the entire town would be killed. Do you have any idea what could be drawing the Glinthawks? Has anything changed that might have lured the Glinthawks? Have you left machine scrap lying around?
No. Us around use our scrap. Not like the Carja. They only keep the pretty parts.
So the Karja have been leaving scrap around.
Here? Never. If a Karja wasted scrap on my watch, I'd pick it up and make him eat it.
Has anyone come trying to sell lures? They're devices that attract machines.
Is that real? Is that some sort of Nora joke?
I'll take that as a no.
Dick?
Why do you think the Karja have anything to do with the Glinthawks?
We built this outpost to protect against the Karja. Now they're coming here to trade. Fine. Their shards are as good as anyone's. But everyone knows that they want this place. Come to think of it, they want every place.
But how could the Karja have brought on the Glinthawks?
If I ever get a break from them, I'll see if I can spare a man to follow the trail. Guaranteed, there's a Karja at the other end.
Why don't I investigate why the...
Really? No one...
You could...
All right then. Let me know what you find. Hammer to steel, a Karja's behind all this.
Kinda hope he's right.
Turn off! Turn off!
Yeah, I figured it was an awesome.
What are you doing?
By the sun! It
Oh,
won't
nope,
turn
it's Karja.
off.
That device is making the Glinthawks attack. Turn it off.
Me? I don't know how to turn it off any more than I know how I turned it on. I scrounged it from an old workshop.
Well, that should do it. Now start talking.
It's funny as
Why
fuck.
are you scrounging gear you don't even understand?
My customers demand extraordinary pieces best found at the fringes of civilization. My tales of adventure only increase their value. Where others only dare tread, I flourish. No mountain climbs too high that I can't mount it. My trade demands sacrifice.
Including the sacrifice of innocence? Those Glinthawks swooped down and attacked everyone.
I didn't mean for that to happen. I sought only to sate the appetites of rich nobles who never leave their mansions.
You mentioned you found the device in a workshop?
Yes, I camped out atop the snowy eastern ridge. No easy climb even in my best years, but I girded my...
Enough. Were there any other devices at this workshop?
abandoned equipment, the likes of which I've never seen. A peculiar silo remained impervious to my
I hate this fucking guy. I hate the way
As
he
I
talks.
searched, I wondered how many secrets lie hidden in this world.
This guy's
As
trying to be
we,
a great storyteller,
in
but
our
it's like,
ignorance, go about our daily...
Your point?
Oh. No, I didn't see another device. But one could still be there, waiting to unleash its horrors.
Did you know this whole time that that device was luring Glinthawks?
By the sun, no! I stashed it here for a while, but when I came back, I was nearly beheaded by one of those flying terrors.
This device is dangerous. I have to find that workshop and make sure it's the last. Where is it?
On the eastern ridge, just beyond my campsite. But after I descended from the workshop, a cracking above me signaled my doom. I dove into the river mere moments before an avalanche took out the path. You can't reach it now. The climb is too perilous.
Shahavid?
I'll take my chances.
Shahavid?
You
Shafid?
just stay away from that workshop and try not to cause another mess.
Fuck you. Already climbed to the very top. Sick. Oh shit, wait, is this the fucking... Wait, is this the ruins that are up top here? No, it's not.
Founder's campsite, so the workshop can't be far. If I can find a way around the avalanche.
I wonder what her thought process is on this. Like, she sees this shit and she's just like, oh, this will take me right to it. I thought I was gonna make it. My balls went into my throat right there. Holy shit. Sick. I'm gonna try to... Yep, there we go. See. Alright. Now I've got like a patrolling big boy here.
I bet Allura brought that stone over here. If I find any and destroy them, the machine should leave. There, Allura.
I know I'm gonna press kill this thing and like bad shit will happen every time. Wait, what is it taking damage from? Oh my god. Woods. There we go. That's probably it. Erratic handwriting.
So Dervahl was behind these lures.
Oof.
Brilliant
So it was Dervahl,
and
huh?
dangerous. Now to bring word back to Pitchcliff.
So it says to make areas safer. I'm assuming just because those machines go away permanently.
I'm sure you can find better.
That's pretty cool. What is the proper way to get up here? Oh, it's a ladder, okay.
You'll be happy to know I found another one of those lures and destroyed it. Should be the last you'll hear of it.
By fire and spit, you went above and beyond. How do you know there won't be any more?
The workshop where I found it was long abandoned. You're safe.
Good. My troops want to spit and shake your hand, as my brother would have. On behalf of
His
Pitchcliff
mustache
and
is
my
freezing.
family, I thank you. My suggestion? Keep an eye on those Karja.
Okay, so we got Ancient Army, Weapons of the Lodge, and Explore the Cut. Everything else is done. So it's main quest time, baby. Woo! Right there. Time to pursue the main quest. Probably going to play for about at the very most an hour because I got to get up hella early and drive to Brooksville again. Suicide inducing, by the way, that I have to do that. I have to get up at 5 in the fucking morning. Baby. Hello. What? I finished basically all the side quests. The only thing I haven't finished is I can't finish the armor one yet. Because I need to find power cells that are just throughout the quest chain, like the main quest chain. I don't want to complete the fucking Hunter's Lodge on stream. Because it's just like, do this. Is he yelling? Has he got water? I don't know. But I don't want to do the Hunter's Lodge on stream because that would just be boring as fuck. And and the DLC, Frozen Wilds. Hell yeah, dude.
It looks good, right?
Mm-hmm. Its candles look exactly the same.
Yeah.
Nice. Who's in more pain?
Well, I'm a pussy, so it's hard to say.
Yeah.
But he was just quiet.
Yeah.
I sat there and
How much were they? The other bitch wanted what, like 9? Yeah. Nice. That's good. Yeah. She's... I'm sorry? Oh, okay. Sorry. I need a rope caster real bad. Hell yeah. Mm-hmm. What? Yeah, I just went to bed a little bit ago. Okay. Yay. Yeah, you can do whatever. Same. I have to be up at like 5 tomorrow to drive to Brooksville. Yep. Man, I refuse to believe that these motherfuckers are able to actually do that. The fact fucking Zavala, since his voice actor's in here, throws me for a goddamn loop every time I hear it out of left field. It's not. Zavala? No, it's not. It's not, babe.
Proud tradition of Carja.
It's not like this in Meridian. At least.
I'm so tired of new quests showing up.
I'm sure they miss it.
Yeah. What? Because it's not how I play video games.
She's very pale. Is she unwell?
Yes. She's a fighter. Her name is Shiana. My sister.
Isn't there anyone in Sunfall who can help?
We're refugees. We know our place.
Huh?
And there's only one healer in the territory.
Okay.
He's difficult. His soul is in shadow.
His soul is in shadow.
Galiv. That's him. He's very clever, but he has little care for people. Perhaps the desert scoured it all away. Perhaps he was always like that. Either way.
Well, I'll see about that. Where would I
Why don't I
find
just
him?
give
Last
why do I
heard,
need a healer?
He was
Why don't I
patching
just
up
fucking rub
soldiers
the
at
herb on
Blazon
him?
Arch. Another border battle. I'll keep the moon.
I'm gonna push the main quest through this area, and then start on the next one, or finish the side quest.
Outlanders are idiots, but perhaps they're useful.
Probably 11:30 at the latest.
Now we get to see if your attack on their focus network was entirely successful. Success. Welcome to the Citadel, Aloy. I'll check back with you in a moment. In the meantime, circulate.
Hard to believe he's gone.
Outlanders! If you want to hear about today's bounties, head for the throne room. You're not going to make any shards by standing out here.
I'll take the shards, even if it means having to listen to Bahavas. I hear the shards are looking to talk to Outlanders. Should pay well.
By the glory of the sun revealed. Behold, radiant Edaman, the one true Sun King.
Their Pope outfits
The
are pretty
light
cool.
in shadow, whose will is light and whose light is law.
Little baby.
I command
Look,
Lucius Bahavas
this
to
guy.
speak in my behalf.
Yeah, but they're wearing dark
By the
uniforms,
will
so
of radiant Edaman,
probably
does
not
the
good
sun
guys.
glare down mercilessly upon the traitor Uthid. To the hunter who brings his head to us shall go a bounty of 500 shards.
More prisoners than royalty, don't you think? Love your hair.
Not only did the wretch
You and I need to chat, little huntress. The green tent down in Shadowside. I'll be waiting.
This fucking
Kinda busy.
he got little nipple holes.
We both know you're no killer for hire. Uthid is innocent. So come see me while there's still time to save him.
So, the way in I spoke of is right behind you.
You've got to be kidding.
Not at all. And you needn't worry about the Kestrels. They'll be too busy acting important to pay attention to you.
First time in the Citadel, gotta see the sun ring from on high.
For the Kestrels.
Ah, they want us to see this.
The balustrade. It's a short drop from there.
God, Aloy's fucking crazy. What the fuck?
The other side of the tower. Look for a vent.
I see you've been here before.
Obviously. Now, it's very important that you hear what I'm about to say. I've shown you the way in, but this humble vent marks a point of no return. Before you descend into the depths here, you should be fully committed, equipped, and focused. No distractions. If you have errands to run, do them first or hold your peace. I won't tolerate whining. Is that clear?
You'll tolerate what I give you, Silence. I didn't ask you along for the ride.
Okay. Huh. So I just got this quest, and Silence was like, just so you fucking know, dog, this is the last fucking time. He's like, you go through here, you're not coming back. This is a point of no return. If you have any errands, as in like side quests to do, he's like, do it now, because you will not be coming back. So I might be finishing the game in fucking an hour. I feel like that doesn't make sense, though.
The food is from Dowager Queen Nasadi, little ones. Her Highness knows times are hard and helps when she can. Eat, but bring some home for your families, if you have one. I've heard whispers about you. Rides machines, fancy spear.
This woman keeps hitting on me.
Delightful freckles. Some even say you have a conscience. How extraordinary.
Who are you? You're obviously not one of the Shadow Karja.
What?
My name is Vanasha. For
Fair.
now, all you need to know is that I'm a whisper of reason in this howling pit of insanity.
I know how that feels.
I'm sure you do. And so does Uthid. He's a good man, so naturally the Shadow Karja want to murder him. I've done some digging, and I think he's headed for the Green Climb. It won't take those mercenaries long to find him. He could use some help, if you're so inclined.
Stop being evasive and tell me who you really are.
Stop being evasive? You might as well tell me to stop being charming. It's impossible, but I like you, so I'll tell you a secret. I have friends in Meridian, and I like to do favors for them when I can. Uthid might be of use to them, if he survives.
How do you know Uthid is innocent?
I'm excellent at making inquiries. Look, he feeds orphans from his own rations and personally punishes anyone who hurts the old or infirm. The idea that he would try to kill Edaman is ridiculous. He must have found something that can embarrass the priesthood. Otherwise, Bahavas wouldn't risk marking such a well-regarded man for death.
What makes you think he's on the Green Climb?
He knows he'll be pursued, so he needs a hideout that's both familiar and defensible. He once single-handedly held off an entire bandit clan in those foothills. My guess is that it'll fall back on what worked before.
Iron Sky, Robin Hood. Nothing crazy. I feel like I've heard
I'll
her
do what I
before.
can for Uthid. But what about you?
What about me what?
What will you do while I risk my life?
Useful things, little huntress. Look for 3 dead trees south of Sunfall. They mark the start of the green climb. Good luck.
More traveling. See if I can get
Trees, just like Menasha said. These tracks lead up that rise. Must be the green climb. Foot tracks stop here. Time to climb.
some of these jumps. I swear it looks like you're gonna fucking miss. It's so stress inducing.
All right, made it. Where did you go, Uthid? Food scraps. I'll bet Uthid stopped to see if he was being followed. He must have kept going. I've got to catch up. A dead machine. Uthid's been hunting. Everything useful has been stripped.
There's Blaze
Uthid's
right
been
there.
gathering components, probably for ammo. Glenn talks. Hoping to scavenge. useful has been stripped. Uthid took down a Ravager. Not an easy kill, but worth it for the parts. Dead Watchers. More scrap for Uthid's stockpile.
The next one doesn't miss.
Uthid?
You're young for a bounty hunter. Or am I old for a soldier?
I'm not here for the price on your head, Uthid. I believe you're innocent.
Innocent? Come on, then.
Evil.
If this is a trick, it's a good one. You've earned your kill.
No tricks. Just talk.
All right. Speak.
I want to know what happened at Sunfall. What really happened.
All right. For weeks, each dawn in the tent city came with a new death. Always in their sleep, no struggle. The old, the infirm, sometimes the young. Those who couldn't fight for the cause. I should have realized then it was a culling.
Who would do such a thing?
They thought it was a curse, an evil spirit. But it was only a man. And a silent poison. It took time to catch him, but we did. We brought him before Bahavas for the sun's judgment.
The High Priest Bahavas? He's the one who put the bounty on you.
Yes. He thanked me for my diligence, then had his guards release the villain. You see? It was he who ordered the culling. Then they turned on us. Should have died with my men, so their loyalty meant something. 20 years I gave to the sun.
It's covered in
For
all
what?
kinds of cool fucking
Malice and murder?
Dahlia.
As for honor, sacrifice, true sacrifice, the kind priests and rulers know nothing of, it's all a fat joke.
If it's honor you seek, the Sun Karjas seem trustworthy. A little stuck up, maybe, but trustworthy.
Those Karja once raided your Nora lands. Raided every land we could reach. It was the Sun's will. I did what I was told. Others did worse. But as their captain, I had...
Uthid, I don't care what you did. I can't absolve you. But the Karja are changing their ways. You could too.
Perhaps. Avad doesn't understand what the Sun demands of its soldiers.
Perhaps he understands it too well.
Now you sound like the blameless Murad.
I can believe you're a good man. But why go with the Shadow Karja in the first place? Why serve them?
Because of Itaman, of course. He was the one true Sun King.
Itaman's just a child.
Yes, an untainted vessel. I believed he was pure. But they used him. Used our faith. I can see that now. No shadows under a noonday sun. Bahavas didn't need to disgrace my name. I did it myself, serving a rotten throne.
I met someone who wants to get you out of this. A woman named Vanasha. But first, we need to get you out of here.
What are you? You look like a hunter. You give orders like a soldier who's been out... Mercenaries. Think they'll all line up to tell me I'm innocent?
Should have stayed on the plains, Karja! The mountains belong to us! Keekook's Killers!
Keekook's Killers? They look like
When we're done with you, you won't even leave an echo!
You didn't make it hard to be followed. Almost as if you wanted to go out in a showdown.
Not much gets by you.
Girl! She's armed!
It's up to you now, men. Rally! We can still finish them.
Stand before us! Fall beneath us!
Keep up the attack. We still got another squad on the way. Move in. We'll send the rest as soon as they
Oh, I
arrive.
watched them pop in. You guys could come over the hill just a little bit more.
That won't be the last of you. Follow me. I've stashed supplies up above. Up and over. Grab what you can while we still have time.
Oh no. Or Osram, no.
A robust defense is the most satisfying to break. All right, Marvels. We brought the priest out here, so let's put on a show for him.
I know that, Hood. We've unfinished business, Bahavas and I. This will be difficult. I think you rallied to a lost cause.
I don't intend to die today, Uthid.
I did. But you're starting to change my mind. Look out! To your left!
Incoming!
Headshots.
Oh, get down now!
Into the fray!
You're not gonna see it.
That's the last of the Marvels.
Bahavas thought he had enough fodder to keep him safe. Now there's hope for justice. Will you come with me?
What a weird time to do this twice.
This won't be easy. Bahavas still has his personal guard.
This quest feels like it was done last minute.
Across there and we'll have him.
I had to come here myself to end your suffering, Uthid, and mine. The Outlanders led us here, and now that they are dead, their price is most affordable. But enough with needles. It's time for blades. Remove them from the sun's sight. Kill the traitor! Kill Nora! The sun sets on your pathetic life, Uthid. Make it hurt as the shadow falls upon them. Blazes at our backs. Kill the traitor!
Up to his perch.
It's a weird sequence. Why do they keep doing this? Figure out this animation. They just wanted to play
Whatever
the exact
deal
same
you
thing
work
4
out
times.
with him, I'll double it. More than double it.
No. I'm tired of this, Bahavas. The lies
Cheap
and
scented
violence in your cheap scented oils. I don't suppose you'd kill yourself.
I had to. I had to. Prune the weak, or all the Karja and Shadow are doomed.
This solves nothing. But may the sun find some worth among your drying bones.
That was quite a fireworks show.
You took your time?
I was busy. What do you think happened to Yan Shund, the other mercenary band? And I had to organize passage to Meridian for a wanted man. Give us a moment, Uthid. Girl talk. You've had quite a day. I never imagined Bahavas would blunder into his own trap. His death opens up wonderful possibilities. Remember Edaman and Nasadi? The Child King and his mother guarded like hostages at Sunfall? With Bahavas gone, no one will be watching them. I want to get them out. And I could use your help.
Kidnapping the Sun King of the Shadow Karja is no small task.
It's not kidnapping. They want to go to Meridian, to safety.
How do you know that?
I've been posing as Nasadi's handmaiden. She's scared. For herself, of course, but mostly for Edaman.
What's going to happen to Uthid now?
Don't worry. You gave him a second life, and I'll put it to good use. He'll be welcomed in Meridian as a military advisor. Hopefully he can help Avad finish the Shadow Karja with as little bloodshed as possible.
What's going to happen at Sunfall now that Bahavas is dead?
Oh, it will be glorious. The priests will panic. There'll be infighting, skullduggery, and backstabbing as they wrangle for power. Best of all, they'll be distracted. Bahavas, your life brought misery, but your death is a flower that blooms in abundance.
Why do you care what happens?
Edaman is the Shadow Karja's figurehead.
Huh?
If he defects, it will remove their last trace of legitimacy. Beyond that, he's just a boy who clings to his mommy. He made a little grazer for me out of matchsticks once. It wasn't very good, but still, nobody ever made anything for me before.
Why are you standing up now? A prairie dog?
What do you need to get Nasadi and Edaman out of Sunfall?
With Bahavas dead, Sunfall is the easy part. I'll handle that. The big fuss will be crossing the border to the Sundom. Find my friend, Three-Toe Huadib.
Find my friends, Three-Toe Huadib.
I hired his crew to sweep the path, so
what a name.
All you have to do is wait for me.
If this Huadib has already cleared the area, why do you need me?
Contingencies, little huntress. Something will go wrong, and I need protection I can count on. You.
I'll try not to disappoint.
The Nora said you would help me. Are we bound for Meridian?
Only if you want to go, my dear.
What choice do I have?
None at all. I was just being polite.
I am in your debt, Hunter. What makes you think Avad?
God damn, I feel like I'm so close to the fucking doing the main quest, but this quest feels like it just keeps dragging. Like, this quest feels like very last minute. Like, they wanted to add something about the Shadow Karja and a reason, like, why you would give a shit about, like, people in the Shadow Karja and whatnot. But, like, they replayed an animation of me and this guy helping each other get up a ledge 3 times. Like, cinematic, basically. Like, reuse the exact same clip. That's what I'm saying. It's like a very last minute quest that they were like, oh shit.
You're Three-Toe Huadib, right? Vanasha sent me. What happened?
I got hornswoggled, that's what. Vanasha batted her lashes, wiggled her hips, and promised us treasure. Clear a path for the royals, she said. Sneak past the garrison and skewer a few watches. Hardly a bother. Little did we know there was a damned monstrosity lurking underground. When will I learn?
When will I learn not to gawk at skinny girls?
Why do you
It's
think
funny
Vanasha
as fuck.
swindled you?
My crew came to Sunfall because we heard the bounties were fat. She offered us the fattest one of all, enough to retire on. It's my own damn fault for taking the bait. Should have known I'd end up with a rupture in my useful parts.
So Vanasha needed safe passage for Nasadi and Edaman, but it didn't work out?
She made it sound so sweet and easy. Find the best path
Oh,
to the
don't make me
lake.
fight one
Make
of those
sure
underground
it's safe.
machines.
What could go wrong? Turns out a lot. Like bloody murder in the grinding jaws of a heinous death beast.
Something attacked you from underground.
Oh, you picked that up, did you? I wondered why the Shadow Carja didn't pay attention to the pass. Well, they don't need to. It tunnels in the dirt, breaks through the earth. I barely escaped. My comrades went so low.
Fanasha will be here soon with Nasadi.
You're not too bright, are you? It has armor everywhere, a little less at the rear. And when it goes on, you might even be able to keep it from going under altogether if you hit its... That's all I can offer, friend.
Nice, so just shoot its front.
This'll help.
Oh my god. That was dumb. Nice. Fun. Easy. Luckily, I didn't have to go down there.
By the radiant sun, I can't believe it.
It's like, holy shit, that's crazy.
I thought that evil rock jewel would grind you up. After that miracle, all we can do is wait. Vanasha will be here soon, along with a boat that'll take the royals across the lake.
Ah, little huntress.
Dude, she is
Glad you
fucking
accepted the
shredded.
invitation
What
to
the
play bodyguard.
fuck?
Where are your men, Wadif?
Watch
It
it.
looks like
If
something
they
Trudy
throw her
Walker
abs
spat
back
you
into
out.
frame.
That's pretty much exactly what happened.
The way is clear. Can we go?
I like how you always cut to the chase. In this case, literally. It won't be long before you're followed. Don't be afraid, Your Radiance. We've got excellent protection.
I'm helping the boy king escape. What? Sorry? Oh, okay.
Oh dear. Here come the Shadow Carja, and they're very angry with me.
I'll hold them off.
Very noble of you, but when I start a fuss, I like to finish it. Not that your assistant isn't welcome. Huadiv, get Idaman and his mother to the shore. Carefully. So it comes to this. I must say, after 2 years under the heel of these zealots, I'm ready to extract a little blood.
A lot of people fighting in this part.
Some traps would be nice. Well, that was entertaining, but I suspect we're not done. More of the bastards. Get ready.
Calm.
Well now, seems I worked up a bit of a sweat.
Is that it? Cannot be it. I just wasted so many fucking traps. Also, do I have anything to upgrade my ship with? Freeze, corruption, shock. Bunch of handling shit.
want to jinx it, but we might be in the clear.
I jinxed it.
A bit late, aren't we, gentlemen?
Sorry, ma'am. The boat's waiting.
Damn, I spoke too soon.
This one's mine. Get to the boat.
You know, this time I think I might be out of my league. If anything happens to her, I will be very cross.
We're not going anywhere.
You guys sure you want to fight with me? What the fuck is that? Oh, corrupted Thunderjaw Wild. fuck did I shoot that gun on? Oh, that's cool. Nice. It's pretty crazy. Wish your two buddies died because they stood under the fucking the T-Rex.
Not exactly a royal barge, is it? Oh well, defectors can't be choosers. Let's get aboard, shall we? You've done a good thing. Maybe even ended a war.
Maybe. But my war just keeps going.
What a weird statement. Sailing off in the distance like it's the end of the game. Nah, bitch, we just make it to the other side and I gotta go keep doing dumb shit.
Edaman, my brother, welcome home. You have nothing to fear. You are now under the protection of the Sundom. My protection.
Nice.
As is your mother, she will not be harmed. You have my word, law of the sun. Aloy, it seems I see your influence everywhere. You've done so much for the Sundom, and it will always be appreciated. You have my thanks. May you walk in the light.
There's no way that these two people just live in this fucking city now.
Appalling. I spent 2 years in the Forbidden West setting this up, and the redhead gets all the credit?
I'm still getting paid, right?
You'll be lucky if I let you live. I couldn't have done this without you. When we meet again,
weird,
I'll give you a proper thanks. I promise.
What I have for sale, I promise.
Nice.
You wouldn't believe what people are charging for a good bolt of cloth you said.
I need the rope caster, but whatever. Zero Dawn Project Facility. Ugh. What time does Starbucks open? I think it's stopping by Starbucks tomorrow morning. Like getting my coffee, putting it in like a thermos, and then just leaving that in the fridge, and then getting an espresso to drink on the way there. Huh? Yeah, sounds necessary. Not excited for tomorrow. It's okay.
Every time I glance up at the Citadel, I remember that Edom is gone.
Right. Where does it say? What? Does it give me a percentage now? 82.15%, babe. I can't imagine how many main quests I have left.
Now we don't even have a sun king. Leave soon.
I'll come back later. That woman said to meet her at a green tent down in the camp. Might be worth a visit.
Hey, wait, we already met her. Yep, here we go, babe. You better let me come back and play the game. It better not hard lock it, you know what I mean? I'll be fucking
I've
pissed.
spent a lifetime trying to uncover the secrets of this world. Where the machines came from. How the old ones achieved such marvels only to fall into silence and death. A lifetime of failure. As year by year, decade after decade, I hit walls I could not break, doors I could never breach.
Hello.
Until a Nora huntress marched out of the savage east. And voila, for her, all the deepest secrets of the earth were laid bare. I suspect you will have an easier time with this door than I did years ago.
Hold for identiscan. Genetic profile confirmed. Entry authorized. Malfunction. Malfunction. Malfunction.
Are you
Malfunction.
kidding me?
You don't hear me laughing.
Shut up. There's gotta be another way. Hey! Elizabeth Sobek here! Requesting access!
Access request acknowledged. Root command functions available. Do you wish to proceed?
I do! Get me through this door!
Analyzing. Primary access inoperable due to mechanical failure. Emergency venting procedure likely to circumvent blockage. Do you wish to proceed?
Yes.
Emergency venting authorized.
I underestimated. Too bad now
Oh no. Huh? Yeah, some bad shit just happened.
That will draw attention. We won't have this place to ourselves for long now.
We? Last I checked, I was the one risking my life down here.
Yes, fine. Now will you please get moving? There's so much to learn in less time than I'd hoped.
Welcome to Project Zero Dawn.
Zero Dawn. We found it.
Are you really so surprised?
Facility diagnostics detect multiple failures. Attempting repair.
So, what was this room?
An entrance hall, perhaps. Have a look around.
I gotta go through all the fucking collectible shit that I picked up, Kate. God damn it. That actually pissed me off. I'm gonna take a piss real fast before I do this. Alright, time for just a massive lore dump. Here we go. What? Okay. I was just saying out loud, babe.
A pocket storm tour, day 2. My father guest lectured here.
What? Okay.
300 level military history course on the age of human air power. Might as well have been teaching medieval siege tactics. I was 8 when he died.
Thanks. Hi, Ma. You brought me here once to see Baba teach. I didn't know at the time, but the class was something out of like the 20th century. Stood behind a lectern in real space lecture hall, raising his unamplified voice to be heard by flesh and blood cadets seated in plastic chairs. That being 45 or 46, our air forces must have already been 60 or 70% automated, but the academy was still old school. Literally, I suppose the quaintness of the setting fit the subject he was teaching, the age of human air power, 1909 to blank. The cadets probably thought the question marks were wishful thinking or willful ignorance from their perspective. The era of human pilot was over, but not for Baba. I can still see the medals he kept in his drawer in his bedroom. The inscriptions in Sanskrit, touch the sky with glory, you said one meant. Even as a Commodore in the IAF, he kept flying. He still remembered what it was like to sit in a cockpit with his hand on the stick and his finger on the trigger. And that's how he died, June 5th, 2048, at the funeral. Some metallurgic international rep said we should be proud he died defending free markets. Even though I knew that was a lie, he died defending MN's claim on a tantalum mine. That's what he died for. And why stop the truth telling there? Really, he died because MNs wasn't rich enough to afford a fully automated fleet because it wasn't cost effective to upgrade a military surplus Razor Wing with improved electronic warfare gear. He died because human combat pilots were just as obsolete as the crates they put them in, and just as expendable. When he spiraled into the jungle, our family crashed with him. For weeks, you couldn't get out of bed, and even then came the hospital. Me staying with the neighbors, even after you'd recovered, even when you said all the right things, and promised we'd be okay, I didn't believe it. Something had broken between us. I felt like an orphan, and nothing seemed to matter anymore, which is how I lived for the next 7 years until it almost killed me.
A pocket storm tour, day 4. It's hard to believe Metallurgic International used to be headquartered in this dreary old ziggurat. Wyatt's office was on the 2nd floor from the top. If Emmett had a policy against workplace romances, he probably wrote it.
Hi, Ma. Looking back, it's almost comical how much I detested Wyatt. I hated everything about him. His lumpy face, bad skin, always calm voice, out-of-style suits, and especially his stupid cowboy name. I don't care how badly you want to assimilate, there's never any excuse for naming your kid after a gunfighter. I couldn't believe you would replace my Baba, a decorated combat flyer, with a corporate drone. So I made it as hard for you as I could. I was beyond cruel. I accused you to your face of only being interested in Wyatt for his money. Called you, my own mother, a gold digger, and worse. Refused to attend the wedding, and then got myself arrested the night before just to cinch the point. It took me years to understand the obvious. Of course, you married him for his money and for my sake, not yours. Before Wyatt, the job you were working didn't even cover food and rent. When you didn't get overtime, we slipped deeper into debt or went hungry. You literally couldn't afford to spend time at home, let alone pay for childcare or rent a nanny bot. Meanwhile, your son was out of control, a truant, a thief, not even on a junior high and already a drug addict. If only you'd yourself to worry about, I think you would have politely refused Wyatt's interest. You were no stranger to hardship compared to what you went through getting out of Kolkata in 2037. Simple poverty probably seemed like a cakewalk. You knew how to survive. I know. I went through this whole thing with you where I just said that I have to read all of them. Remember? I just told you. But your son didn't. I was headed somewhere at ramming speed. You married Wyatt to save me for the stability and opportunities his money could provide. It wound up working, but not as smoothly as you'd hoped. Before I could be saved, I had to die first. But that's the story for the amphitheater.
The pocket storm tour, day 3. I was 13 when I broke in and vandalized this place. Me and that kid, I think his name was Star. It was my first arrest. A real banner day for the Mahdi family. What a messed up kid I was.
Like me, Star was a problem kid, but he wasn't really smart enough to get into trouble on his own. I didn't tell him my real motivations, just made breaking into the museum, vandalizing it sound like it was a fun thing to do high on Duster. I was only 13, but my combined interest in tech and drugs already acquainted me with the basics of hacking security systems. I used a jammer to bypass a window alarm and then got to work. I toppled hollow exhibits, smashed dioramas, yanked display panels off the walls, smashed those two. I forgot all about Star until he had yelled about flying glass. He was just standing there, holding his cheeks, staring at me with big, scared eyes. whining about how this was crazy and I was going to get us arrested. He was right about the arrest. Getting caught was part of my plan, but wrong about the crazy. My one boy orgy of destruction wasn't some kind of drug soaked psychotic frenzy, it was a calculated attack. Not in the museum, on Wyatt. You'd started dating Wyatt a few weeks ago and I didn't like him. I wanted him gone. When you had him over for dinner, one of the many boring things he droned on about was how he served on the board of the museum and oversaw his technological purchases. Anyway, as I was saying, Star was right to think we were going to get arrested. It went down quick. Star began screaming about how he was burning all over. Next thing I knew, was face down in a mound of expanding foam. Police spots never even warned us. Compared to Star, got off easy. I'd never been in the business end of a microwave gun, but they say it hurts like hell. I was still picking bits of foam out of my hair for a week later, though. Fines and damages came to 18 months of basic income. So it wasn't just shame that my actions brought on the family, but financial catastrophe too. Which is why the plan backfired. I didn't push Wyatt away. I handed him a golden opportunity. He stepped in and paid the bill. It was only another month or two before you got engaged. It's weird, but lately I've been dreaming about that night. I keep seeing the first projector I toppled, watching the hologram of a pioneer woman slip sideways and a spin to the floor like a bowling pin as the emitter crashed over. A zap and a flicker and she was gone. History shouting out kind of like now. I wonder if anyone will survive to build museums about us. There's so many. Sorry.
Day 8. Holy crap. That glitched out lifter that crushed your arm and clavicle. Back before you met Wyatt. That was in a mine back beyond these falls. Oh, what a punk I was.
I can't believe I just stumbled across this place. I remembered your injury, of course. I just forgot that happened all the way out here. This is before Wyatt, obviously. When things were really hard for us, I was 12 or 13, already smoking duster every day, and you were working all the time. Stuck on the job, you convinced Metallurgic to give you after they stiffed us on the death settlement. It must have been terrible, servicing mining robots and takedowns for 1.5 basic, but it's how you kept us fed. When the lifter injured you, the informant said it was your fault, said the telemetry showed human error, yours. When you told me that the telemetry had been cooked, I didn't believe you. I blamed you for your injury, same as the company. What a great kid I was. I didn't understand the situation at all. Denial of comp was a financial death blow. We were days from living on the street, which is why you pushed your grievance up the ladder and up until you finally wound up in Wyatt's office. He ordered an investigation, which was the right thing to do, though I've always wondered just how dispassionate his decision was. The investigation proved the telemetry had been tampered with and validated your claim. The implants and cybernetics fixed you up as good as new. But by all appearances, it looked like everything that had gotten broken had been fixed. Hell, another 6 months, and you and Wyatt started seeing each other, and so before even our poverty was fixed. When we didn't know, of course, is that you'd been poisoned. Lubar 6 exposure from the solvents you used to keep robot joints clear. We were still years away from knowing the long-term effects when the damage was done. You doomed yourself working a shitty job to keep me fed and clothed, and I can't even remember a single time I thanked you for it. Screw this place.
Apaka shitstorm tour, day 9. I was setting up my tent right here when Wyatt's call came through. I came as fast as I could, but you'd already slipped into a coma. We never got a chance to say goodbye.
Hi, Ma. My plan is to go camping here after the Amos 15 launch. I had been working OT for the past 9 months, so I was pretty frazzled and figured I should take a weekend and relax before crunch starting again. I was setting up my tent when Wyatt's call came through, so it was an emergency. I called a Lisp invert and made it to Denver General in less than 27 minutes. I was too late. You'd already slipped into a coma. I didn't understand how this could be, but when I told Wyatt to explain, he just kept choking up, waving towards the care section. So it was a hollow doc that broke the news. Had you been diagnosed a year earlier, the adverse reactions to gene therapy and polymer vascular replacements, the 6 months of mobile dialysis. I can't believe you kept it a secret from me, even at the height of crunch. I called you once or twice a week, so you just sat there listening to me enthuse about my latest project or complain about workplace politics, all the while you were dying. It just didn't make sense. Fucked up. I marched back to Wyatt, cornered him, demanded that he explain. He said he hadn't wanted to distract me and that I was doing important work and needed to focus. You know, as though the latest Amos launch and the Paladinium and Rhodium, it'd bring back to Earth mattered more than Ma, who's already here. Wyatt kept saying how proud you were of me. He even parroted that onwards and upwards phrase of yours. He said I should get back to work, and that's what you would have wanted. That he'd stay at the hospital and keep me informed. I didn't go back to work. I called in. It took arguing my way past 2 supervisors, a labyrinthian automated HR menu, and a human resource AI, and an anal defensive benefits executive to activate my personal leave, but I did it. And then I sat there at your bedside for the next 7 days. I kept thinking of the hospital after my OD at the amphitheater. Kept thinking if you came out of a coma, I wanted my face to be the first thing you saw. On the 8th day, you were pronounced dead. After the funeral, I went back to work, but I wasn't really there. I kept telling myself to focus, that it was okay to be there. It was what you would have wanted after all, onwards and upwards. But when work fell behind, my supervisor calls me in for an emergency review. I told myself to play it cool, accept the criticism, and promise to do better. Oh, Jesus. It didn't go like that. I snapped and shouted at him that broke down, stopping uncontrollably. Two minutes and 3 security drones later, I was standing outside the Faro building, blinking in the sunshine, straightening my bunched up clothes. An alert on my focus indicated that I should go home for the day, then report to a disciplinary review on Monday. But I didn't go home. Another idea had risen in my mind, another already fully formed. I guess I already been thinking about doing it for a while. I took a lift spin to Pioneer Park. 10 minutes of asking around and a truth test to show I wasn't a cop was all it took to make a connection. I went home with the drugs, started using, and didn't stop. Duster, snake, skydive, overcast, no razor wing at least. No razor wing at least, like no car. I didn't take calls, didn't show up on the disciplinary review on Monday morning. A friend stopped by and hammered the door until I answered it. When he saw what was happening, he staged a one-man intervention. I agreed to go to treatment, but I didn't harbor any illusions. Use of personal leave was bad, but use of psych SA leave, career suicide, sure. They couldn't legally fire me for it, but I'd been around FAS long enough to know that they'd find a way. My career was over. I thought I was at rock bottom, but I was wrong, of course. I had a long way to fall. Oof.
Apaka Shitstorm Tour Day 7. I was 3 months out of rehab when we went camping out here. Wyatt went to sleep early. So it was just the two of us when we stayed up and watched the Perseids. After, as we talked about the stars and space tech, I suddenly knew what I wanted.
Why does it go 2, 4, 3, 8? Hate that. It was August. Summer school had wrapped, and I had aced my courses, so I was heading back to 10th grade with a good head on my of steam. As a reward for my studies and my sobriety, you and Wyatt gave me a Fullerton Labs Astro Prodigy and took me camping to watch the Perseids at their peak. I was amped. Wyatt spent all afternoon struggling with a self-constructing shelter he had bought for the trip until he finally gave up and built the damn thing manually. Well, the sleeping pods anyway, while we made a fire and cooked dinner. It must have been took a lot out of him because he was nodding off at dinner and went to bed afterwards. As night fell, we sat and watched the meteor streak across the sky like fingernail scratches, marveling at their abundance, laughing our delight. After an hour or so, you asked me to teach you the constellation, so I launched the Astro Prodigy and played Professor, starting off by each star group as the drone magnified them. Later, I had it zoomed in on the Odyssey, which is still being constructed in orbit back then, and it was another year or two before they abandoned it. We could actually see the robots building it, zipping across the hall like fireflies. So I jabbered about that, which got me started on yammering about the robots that Faro and other corporations, even Metallurgic, had been sending to mine helium-3 from Luna and metals from the asteroid belt. The more I spoke about space tech, the more excited I became, but I was getting cold, too. Deserts at night are like that, so I sat back down next to you and we huddled under the camp blanket. For a little while, we were quiet. I wanted to say what I was thinking, but it felt ridiculous. But then Wild snorted explosively from inside the shelter, and we laughed. And our laughter seemed to make an opening for me to just go ahead and say it, that I, your delinquent son, who almost flunked out of high school, who nearly OD'd at a Bashcore concert, wanted to be an aerospace engineer and make the sorts of machines we've been talking about. Robots to gather resources in the solar system, maybe even little ones that travel around the other stars and colonize the worlds. You looked at me and smiled. Then that is what you will do. And then, looking up at the sky, you said very plainly, as though a simple fact, you will write the story of our family across the stars. School started next week, and I never looked back. Okay, so that's 7, 12, 11.
Apaka Shitstorm Tour, Day 1. We're back. Day 12. As we watched the booster arc up into the night sky, riding a pillar of flame, you took my hand, squeezed it, and said, "You have written the story of our family across the stars."
Hi, Ma. Last stop after this, I'll have said everything I need to. It was just a routine launch, but for us, it might as well have been Apollo 11. It was my first payload, a seeker extractor with an upgraded propulsion system I had designed. The vehicle is destined for M89282, an asteroid rich in ruthenium and tungsten, a metallurgic claim, as it happened, a family event through and through. So there we stood in the open air as night fell and the stars came up, and I, of course, was thinking of the night before when we watched the Perseids together, talked and dreamed about this very moment. You were thinking of it too, because when the booster launched, as it rose up into the sky on its jet of flame, you took my hand and said, "You have written the story of our family across the stars." Even though I knew it wasn't true, the vehicle was headed for a rock, not a star. It was a routine launch, not some voyage discovery, but my heart was too full to quibble. I just smiled and squeezed your hand back. It was the finest moment of my life, you and me, while onwards and upwards, sort of great things. But after you died and I broke down, the meaning of that night changed. Everything that had seemed wonderful turned to rotten and false. It seemed false because it was false. I'd never written anything across the stars. Sure, I'd hoped to work on a project like that, a deep space probe or a colony ship, but it never happened, and now that my career is over, it never would. And then when I found out about the plague, the memory haunted me even worse because it wasn't just me who failed to write a story across the stars. You see, it was all of us, our entire species, all our innovation, all our tech, all our striving, and it came to zero. I've been looking up the stars a lot, Ma, and the only story I've written across them is that we are small and insignificant and will soon disappear with hardly a trace left. It's a hard story, and I don't like it much, so I guess maybe what I've been trying to do these past 12 days is a different story. Not a big story written across the stars, but a tiny one written across the humbled earth that the only world we ever got to know. I had no reason to think that anyone or anything will survive to even read it, but whether that happens or not, the truth of the story remains that once upon a time on the planet Earth there lived a boy named Bashar who loved his mother very, very much. Goodbye, Ma. I love you. Bashar Mahdi, son of Atimad, stepson of Wyatt. Nice.
Day 11. I came out here to die.
There's a lot of reading. I'm sorry.
But
Sorry,
instead
Ashley.
of
You come back to
overdosing
read
at
this.
Wyatt's cottage, I went out walking along the water. I was standing right here when the idea hit me. And the moment it did, I knew I had to do it.
I came here with a duffel bag full of drugs and I found out about the plague. I had a plan, a simple one. I'd figured I'd spend a few days getting high and then OD on Overcast. I guess I was still furious at Wyatt for aiding and abetting your silence. If everything had gone according to plan, my corpse would have lay rotting in the cottage for who knows how long. You would have needed to least catastrophic cleaning box just to scrape me off the floor, skeletal middle finger from beyond the grave. But things didn't go to plan. For some reason, I went walking about before I got high. I trudged along the shore, thinking of all the times we walked and talked here, how I'd changed over the years, how you'd stayed the same. Whether I was a high schooler jabbering about AP classes or a university student gossiping about my professors or an FAS engineer pontificating about a payload yields, and you were always there, always listening, always interested, and always encouraging me, of course, spurring me on, onwards and upwards. And now I was there, an abject failure, standing alone on this beach, as all around me children chased playbots across the sand, sunbathers basked, families splashed in the water or zipped past on old-timey boats, utterly oblivious to the mechanical terrors that would soon consume them. Brief moments in the sun, doomed to end in horror and amount to nothing. All your love and devotion, all the sacrifices you made to support my success, what does it come to? Failure, and at such a cost we never even got the chance to say goodbye. But even if I hadn't failed, if I'd gone on succeeding, would that have been any better? The whole time I was clawing my way up the ladder at FA as the company's military division was creating a tech that would end the world. I served the same master. Success was a ladder to nowhere. It just took falling off the land and landing on the Vantage project to see it. I don't know why, but the irony of that is had never hit me until I was standing on this beach. That was only because I'd failed and been assigned to Vantage, an abandoned time capsule project that I found on the world, and it was ending. Irony, more like a cosmic joke. Why then did the realization hit me like an inspiration? I had access to the tech, I knew it could do it. Sure, in the end, it would probably all just come to nothing, like everything else, but for 50,000 years or more, whatever data I left behind would still be there. It wouldn't be much, but it wouldn't be nothing either. I went back to the cottage, stashed the drugs, called a lift spin into town. If I was going to make an end-of-the-world tour, I figured I might as well do it in style, so I leased a Sabara and rode that to FAS. I left myself into the lab, signed out 12 Vantage spikes for testing, put them in the trunk of the Sabara, and the rest is history. It was less than 2 weeks ago, feels like forever. When I started the tour, I figured I'd come back here and pick up where I left off, get high, then dead. The first thing I did when I got back was incinerate the drugs, all 2.5 months of salaries worth, so that bridge to oblivion has finally been burned. I don't know how I'm going to die, but it can't be like that. I know how you felt about me and drugs. However it happens, I can at least promise you this. I will die clean. I still have one last spike to sink, one final drop on the Grand Mystery Tour. I'll see you there.
A pocket shitstorm tour, day 1. Where better to start than at the end? Or where the end started, anyway. Ground zero. Where it all came crashing down. My career first, then everything else. And I mean everything.
Remember how ecstatic you were when I landed a job here? Aerospace Control Engineer, Faro Automated Solutions, straight out of Stanford U. Saturday, I was tossing a motorboard. Monday, I'm an employee at the biggest corporation on earth, starting wage 6 times basic. It's like a dream come true, yours as much as mine. When I tell you that I landed the gig, I waited until graduation day to tell you in person. You were so proud you hugged me 5 minutes straight, laughing, crying at the same time, saying over and over, onwards and upwards, the start of great things. I thought so too. It seemed as though nothing bad would ever happen to me or us ever again. But bad did happen, of course. More bad than I ever knew was possible. I can't blame FAS for making you sick. Metallurgy gets the credit for that. I can sure as hell blame Faro for the rest. But let's talk about the end of the world later. It plays a part in the story, of course. If I hadn't found out what I was coming, I wouldn't be doing this, leaving these time capsules behind. But the apocalypse isn't the story I want to tell. This is going to be about our family and about us. It's time to get going. I've spent my life in the shadow of this place. I've got 11 more Vantage spikes in the trunk of the Subaru I rented and some pretty good ideas of where to sink them. So let's get the hell away from this place.
Apaka Shitstorm Tour, Day 10. So here's where I learned how the world would end. My second apocalypse in a year. Looks like there's a lot of construction going on now. Why would that be?
I was surprised when FAS sent me out here, and not just because the meeting was going to be held in real space. I was surprised to discover that anyone at FAS still knew I even existed. When I returned to work after treatment, HR informed me that I had been resigned to the Vantage project. It was exactly a professional death sentence I was expecting, the career equivalent of getting sent into the red zone without an environmental suit. Everyone knew Vantage was one of those doomed projects FAS kept solely for the purpose of assigning dead-enders to them, especially head cases like me who couldn't be summarily fired for fear of party litigation. Mouth-by-mouth management would pile losers onto a lost cause and cancel a project and lay everyone off. A ship of fools sunk with a single torpedo ain't wrongful dismissal if it's downsizing. I had nothing better to do, so I spent my time studying the tech. Chip design wasn't my forte, but I knew enough to admire that the engineers have accomplished with the Eternity chip. Stored data was guaranteed to last 50,000 years or more without degradation. As for Vantage itself, the project was little more than a failed marketing plan. The idea was to promote the tech by burying unlocked Eternity chips at scenic locales around the world. Public domain capsules where enthusiasts could cache locked data. The project got as far as developing the spikes, portable drill applicators to sink the chips, then stalled when Grassheckle encapsulates came on the market and stole Eternity's thunder. Anyway, I've been at Vantage 3 weeks when FAS unexpectedly sent me out here in real space, meaning me, a dead ender working on Doom Project, dispatched to a high-security FAS R&D site inside Kings Peak. It doesn't make sense. Security put me in a small conference room and told me to wait. It was downright claustrophobic. Dim lights, bad ventilation. It was more like an interrogation room from one of those 90s cops vids. But what really got my attention was the noises coming through the walls, the nonstop bang and clatter of construction bots building something deep in the mountain, something big. The door opened and some doofs wearing FAS badges file in. I recognized one, Brad Andak, a military division replication engineer that I met when I first joined the company. But I don't think he recognized me. He stayed at the back of the room the whole time. I was about to ask what the hell was going on when a woman wearing a hijab walked in. She didn't introduce herself, but she didn't have to. It was Samina Ebaji, former lead archivist of the Odyssey, architect of the entire Homer project. Not a global celebrity by any means, but if you grew up following the Odyssey project like I did, you knew her on sight. She sat down, started asking extremely precise questions about the upper range tolerances of Eternity chips. Then she asked me to speculate about the feasibility of various upgrade paths. The interview lasted maybe 10 minutes, whereupon she thanked me for my time and left. Everyone else filed out after her. Security came for me. A few minutes later, escorted me to my berth. The whole way back to FAS, I kept trying to figure out what just happened. What was she doing at a classified Faro R&D site asking questions about Eternity tech? It didn't add up. By the time I landed, I knew I wasn't going to give up until I was puzzled out. The worst that could happen was I get fired, and that was going to happen anyway. Took a couple of days and some geo work, but I got fixed on Brad Andak. Soon enough, he was going to a different bar every night, drinking to the point of blacking out. Shadowed him until I managed to proxy his focus and dupe his net protocols. Wild. I didn't find anything strange in his financial records or media patterns, but I was starting to think I'd waste my time. Then I accessed his Dream Box account, found the journal he'd been keeping the past few weeks. It was all there, how the world would end. My first thought was, well, at least my ma didn't live to see this. My second thought was nothing mattered anymore, which made it pretty obvious that I should just kill myself. Oof.
Apaka Shitstorm Tour, Day 5. The Grey Swarms opened for Turtle Smash the night I OD'd here. Or so the police report said, anyway. I was 15 years old. When I woke in the hospital, 2 days later, your face was the first thing I saw.
Hi, Ma. I don't remember anything but the concert, the bands, the music, the crowds, Two Thrall and Skydive, and Snake that night to distinguish the thunder of a bashcore from the roar of blood in my head. And then I ran across a pusher who was selling Razorwing for $8 a tab. That's right, Razorwing, a certain designer stimulant named after a late 30s fighter craft that our family had certain unpleasant association with. So I declined the offer, heeded the ominous portent, and got the hell out of there, right? Or maybe what I did was buy 4 tabs and take them all at once. Yeah, I did that. According to the police report, I went berserk and attacked the pusher. then set fire to his stash and then went after the security drones that showed up. I didn't get far. The drones put 50,000 volts through me, which wouldn't have been such a big deal if my heart hadn't already been hammering along at triple time. The shock flat out killed me. The medbots came as fast as they could, but the first glitched out and the second got hung up in the crowd, so I was dead for almost 2 minutes. Even after they revived me, my condition was touch and go on account of all the substances sloshing through my veins. When I came out of a coma, your face was the first thing I saw. You've been crying. Your makeup was smudged, dark lines down your cheeks. When our eyes met, I expected you to start yelling, and weak as I was ready to yell back. Not even a coma could break my defiance, but you didn't yell. You quietly asked Wyatt to wait in the hall, then pushed your chair right to the edge of the bed and took my hand. I wanted to jerk my hand back, but I couldn't. It wasn't the strength of your grip that stopped me, but the warmth of your hand, the gentleness with which you took mine. When you spoke, your voice was quiet, just above a whisper. When I lost your Baba 7 years ago, you're the only reason to go on living. Your gaze lifted to the medical equipment surrounding us, tubes, blinking lights. You shook your head. Why do you live like no one loves you? Don't you realize that if you die, all my hopes and dreams, all the hopes and dreams of your father die with you? You reached and touched my hair, and like a thundercrack, I broke. Or maybe I was just snapping back together. I lay there sobbing for what felt like years. The whole time, you never took your hand away. Next day, I agreed to go to treatment. I wish I could say I never picked it up again, but as we both know, it's not exactly how things turned out.
Apocalypse
Last one.
Storm Tour, Day 6. I was fresh out of rehab when we saw the metallurgists play the Hearts Wayfarers. The M in Jersey looked pretty funny. Hopefully you're sorry.
So this would be late May or early June. I was only a week or two out of rehab, still feeling pretty raw, pretty jangly about sober life. You've already gone toe to toe with Mr. Gearson and that jerk principal who tried to block my readmission. I was looking at 8 weeks of summer school to make up for all the courses I'd flunked, but I didn't mind. Without drugs, I didn't really know what to do with myself yet, so I welcomed the structure. Metallurgists were playing against the Wayfarers, and as usual, I had box tickets, but this was the first time I agreed to go. Hell, it was probably the first time I'd ever agreed to do anything as a family. In retrospect, I surprised Wyatt was willing to bring his hellion stepson to a public event already. I've seen teams slug it out on the hollow before, of course, but it was different seeing a real thing. The size of the machines, their speed, and the way they bash each other to pieces, it was intense. All at once, my fascination with tech, which had been kind of faded as I'd sunk in the drugs, came really back. When Homie Ramen, the team's chief engineer, stopped by the box at halftime, I was all over him, blasting him with questions like a one-boy press conference. Looking back, it wouldn't surprise me if you took me to that game hoping to get me excited about tech before I headed back into summer school. Or was that you wanted me to catch a glimpse of corporate privilege? It was always your dream that I end up in engineering and business. There was plenty of engineering on display when Connor 12 scored with an 18-meter rocket jump, and plenty of VPs and even C-levels in the box with us were cheered up. Yeah, it was set up. You knew what you were doing. Always did. Jesus Christ, thank you. Rocky Mountain Thunderheads. Just a bunch of cups. I'm not reading all those. It's just like different levels of like poems, basically. Tech Tuck falsely accused, exiled, starving, and cold. I faltered. This I confess. As the death chills overcame me, I lost will and purpose and felt the bottomless callousness of fate. But then a vision I saw in my mind's eye, an endless white plain, with only a single figure waiting. It was you, and I knew in death it was not. If not in life, I would see you again. When the chills faded, I rose with new hope. I paint my mark here for you in anticipation of our meeting, and leave you this offering that will never touch the warmth of your hands. Tech Tuck, it is only because you will never read these glyphs that I can write them. After a long time of longing, I spent only a single night with Illy. I believe that's Illy, your mother, a memory that I cherished, but she reviled, a burning coal of guilt she carried in her belly. So I wondered, was her guilt laid bare that night Signac, our chieftain, was killed? Did he discover the truth? Was she forced to defend herself? If only I'd been there, to stand between them, so to actually strike the blow I was punished for. At least then I would have been her champion, and the father you deserved. For a single moment I paint this mark with eternal regret and leave you this offering. Sad. Okay, so that's that. Director Evans, flash traffic from USRC.
Director Evans, flash
Read
traffic
this
from USR.
message.
Now I know this must seem like a bizarre.
Yeah.
Crisis that began when they engaged in unauthorized offensive operations against robots and human personnel of the Hearts Timor Energy Combine. Now, I wish that I could relate that the crisis has been exaggerated, but it's not. The peacekeepers have not responded to stand-down codes, and by all signs, they appear to be replicating at a...
I think I've read all that.
Thanks for the mails, you.
There we go.
Time goes fast on active duty. 4 months with the Wreck and Re...
It's just all stories about like the war, basically, and the shit that's going on. Geotherm reboot goes like this: bird flies north in summer. Okay, yeah. Basically, that people are getting arrested. Meridian's full.
My lord, the 13th king of the Karja Sundom was murdered. Cut down by cowards who mistook firm rule for madness. Ever the strong are beset upon by the weak.
Basically, that guy's just pissed that he lost.
So long as King Itamen languishes at Sunfall, coddled by his mother, he will never learn the true lessons of the sun. I have tried to instruct him, but the shadow of his mother's influence is upon him. I took him to the palace balcony to behold an offering of sacrifice in the ring, but he showed no thirst for it. He averted his gaze. Look to the sun, I told him. Do not shield your eyes. In all things, it is absolute. One day, it...
This guy's just pissed about.
When I first set eyes on the buried shadow, I trembled. Was I not the chosen of the sun? A blazing light of faith to shred and scatter darkness? Was it not my place to destroy this devil? But High Priest Bahavas instructed me in the prophecy and set right my frame of mind.
Wild. Basically just saying that people are not happy about Zero Dawn. Zero Dawn candidates. I'm wondering, Heaven and we need human translators. Basically, she's talking about the suit. If I listen to that rancid "Do Your Part" for Zero Dawn song one more time, I swear I'm going to stab one of my eardrums before the melody can fester in my ear canals. It is not inspiring, it is not stirring, it is a dreck that makes me want to kill myself before the robots even get a chance. I would literally give my life right now to kill the asshole who composed that fucking song. Can't the Apocalypse at least have a decent soundtrack? Dictation on. My legs hurt. I keep reaching down to rub them, but of course they're not there. I tell you, it's one thing to hear about ghost limbs, another thing to be haunted by them. The moment my hand passes through empty space, I'm back in Bridgewater, and those nano haze is stripping my legs layer by layer as the squad's medbot drags me out of the line of fire. And as I start screaming like I was screaming there, in two places at once, two halves, but one of them's gone forever, dissolved. And though the wall of the infirmary, I can hear them cheering the MRB for saving our asses. Covering our evac before crediting them with the NYC, still standing after we leave in here. When I start screaming, Sergeant says I'll have prosthetics for tomorrow, good as new, but both we know he's lying. I'll never be good again. Right, there we go. We're pretty caught up.
Please take a seat and wait for your name to be called. A selection of beverages and snacks are available.
A smaller room.
To admin, for the 5th time, please restock the lunch selection of herbal teas. If I have to listen to one more egghead throw a tantrum because we're out of organic cucumber mint or blackberry sage varietals, I can't pronounce that, I'm going to lose it. Please respond, and this time, no 10% a teapot or steep demand jokes, okay? Steep demand. Soundproofing? Would it be possible to improve the soundproofing between VR1 and the lounge area? Most of the candidates stay quiet during the presentation. The ones who scream or sob can plainly be heard by candidates just waiting their turn in their in a lounge. Just a thought.
Please proceed into viewing room 1 for an important message regarding the purpose.
What was this place?
A holographic theater.
CD01 data intact. Initiating playback.
Welcome to Project Zero Dawn. I am General Harris, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff of the United States of America. I'm sure you've heard the rumors that Zero Dawn is a top-secret super weapons program, the technological miracle that will save us from the Pharaoh Plague, if Operation Enduring Victory can hold off the robots long enough. The reason I'm sure you've heard the rumors is that I'm the one who spread them, and they are all lies. Zero Dawn is not a super weapons program, and it will not save us. Nothing will save us.
Holy shit.
Here's why. By the time the glitch was noticed, it was already too late. Nothing could stop the Pharaoh Plague. Nothing can. Its robots will continue to replicate and devour the biosphere. Life on Earth will be destroyed. Our planet reduced to a barren sphere. Global extinction is inevitable. No matter how many we kill, the robots just keep exponentially making more. If we had their deactivation codes, we could shut them all down. The entire swarm. But since their cryptographic protocols use polyphasic entangled waveforms, cracking a code set would take half a century. At best,
We've got 16 months. Not exactly what you'd call a survival option. The destruction of a biosphere is not the sort of apocalypse you can wait out in a fallout shelter or a space station. There will be no Earth left to reclaim. Just a lifeless, toxic rock with several million Pharaoh robots on it, hibernating. Waiting for something to eat. This is the horrible truth behind the lies of Operation Enduring Victory.
Wow.
My lies. Lies designed to inspire millions of innocents to sacrifice themselves in battle. Why? One reason. To buy time for you and the work you will do here. Zero Day. The day that life on Earth ceases to exist is coming fast.
Wow.
It cannot be stopped. The hope of Zero Dawn is that something new might come after. But I will leave it to Elizabeth Sobek to shine that thin ray of light into the darkness. Harris, out.
That doesn't make sense. Life on Earth didn't cease to exist.
He said it could not be stopped.
But it was. Somehow Elizabeth saved us. I've got to keep looking. Find out how she did it. Kestrels. They got in. Through the vents.
Let nothing stop you from learning the truth.
Spread out! If it moves, kill it!
What is this place? Tomb?
That is accurate, yes.
Oh my god.
So these mechanical monstrosities, they don't just kill people. They feed off them. Not just people. All organic matter. Dissolved into nutrients. Millennia of evolution. Liquefied. Miracle of life producing bloody biofuel. In a word, yes. Who did this? Pharaoh?
Too close to let tribal primitives stop us now. The data points, what do they contain?
That is accurate, yes. So these mechanical monstrosities, they don't just kill people. They feed off them. Not just people. All organic matter. Every living thing dissolved into nutrients. Millennia of evolution liquefied. The miracle of life produced some bloody biofuel. In a word, yes. Who did this? Pharaoh?
Yes.
That
It was
arsehole.
Ted Pharaoh.
Is he here? No, Doctor. Please. Tell him Tom Pike wants a word. Now, get off! Get off! Doctor, please. You get Ted Pharaoh in here.
Want to discuss? Whew.
So, Mama, she was right.
Pardon?
My mother, she took her Bible real serious. Not just Texas Bubble serious, Pentecostal serious. Favorite chapter? Revelations. Now, I didn't always understand her on account of all that speaking in tongues and such, but when she did use her words, there was always end times this and lake of fire that on account of sinful lifestyles. Speaking of which, mind if I smoke?
A tobacco cigarette.
Sorry, darling. My taste run classic. Compliments to your team tracked me down. Been a price on my head 18 months now. Sterling Malky was me, don't mind admitting. Been plenty of snakesters chasing the bounty too. But I kept the zigging to their zag. How'd you finger me?
I believe Dr. Sobek listed you as an alpha candidate. Priority snatch and grab.
Always suspected she had a little thing for me. Hey, I don't suppose you got real coffee in this place? You know, blood coffee? Conflict cappuccinos?
Mr. Tate, I'm clearing you to proceed. Just Who previously worked for Pharaoh Automated Systems.
On the chariot line self-replication routines. I came here thinking this was a rendition. When your people took me, I thought, about time. I've been trying to swallow the guilt every day since...
Would you like to take a moment?
No. I really hoped Zero Dawn was a way to undo it all. My work. Yeah. I'm sorry to say I was ever proud of it, but Ted could really sell a concept, and in the labs, in the light of creation, that first test run, when you saw they understood their own structures, could rebuild themselves from memory and light, there were no limits. God, there were no limits.
With Suzanne Alpert, environmental scientist. Doctor?
I'm sorry, I wasn't,
Just stating your name. What were you thinking about, Doctor?
Nothing the General said. Not really. I was on the Syzygy East Response Team in 2051, just after the second earthquake compromised the reactor. I still dream about it, after all these years. The red zone spreading on the imaging, slowly, so slowly, like a hand opening its fingers.
Your involvement in that event is why you were asked for by name.
Really? That's interesting. Because nothing worked. Nothing could grow there again. It was a catastrophic failure. But the red zone is a blip compared to global-scale biomass reduction. The biosphere and hydrosphere will collapse, render the Earth uninhabitable long before the robots finish us. Enduring victory can't buy time against that. So, you'd better show me what Zero Dawn really is.
But to ask questions to be given the necessary time to fully absorb the information they received. It is important to be aware that candidates have just been exposed to triggers for severe mental and emotional trauma. Do not assume silence or outward calmness indicates acceptance. It is essential to stress that all other options for combating the Pharaoh plague and preserving the continuation of human life have been considered and found unworkable. Communicate this fact calmly but clearly and firmly. Familiarize yourself with data on the catastrophic environmental impact of nuclear engagements versus swarm, Addendum B1, and the feasibility of maintaining life in orbital, lunar, or undersea structures, Addendum 1, C1, C2, and C3, so you can counter their objections in depth. If Canada asks for time alone to review supplementary installation, allow us the hesitation before. Be sure to inform security personnel so the candidates can be monitored in case they try to kill themselves. Jesus. Candidates should only be cleared to proceed to presentation 2 if you believe the mental state is sufficient enough. Wild.
I'm sure you now understand the urgency of why we brought you here, Ms. Okilo.
Captain Okilo, are you trying to thank me for not resisting?
I believe we could negotiate a diplomatic solution.
When it came to my country's lithium, it was always a swarm that would be sent to negotiate. Metallurgic International, U.S. Robot Command. The markings changed, but the robots were the same.
You have had considerable experience in human-robot conflict.
Yes, and I've got the prosthetic limbs to show it. Yet I continue to face this horror, even though the challenge was great. Cyber warfare. I thought Zero Dawn would be a Manhattan project to generate the deactivation codes. With the resources I had, I estimated code breaking to be a hopeless endeavor. I was almost looking forward to being proved wrong.
Unfortunately, your estimation was correct.
As your General Hera said. So then, you did not bring me here to commiserate. What is left?
Look, let's cut the mystery. You're building a... Look, let's cut the mystery. You're building a colony ship. It's obvious. And it's not gonna fly. I mean, literally. Remember the Odyssey? That
No. Let's listen to that. That multinational heap of space junk that's been in graveyard orbit since 57, that went nowhere real slow, and you have to get somewhere real fast. Do you have any idea the immensity of this challenge to prep a new colony ship? To be clear, I'm not a worker on the project. Do you even understand how few people could even save the whole generation ship concept? Is not going to happen. It's the first thing you'd abandon in favor of embryonics. For that kind of storage, we're talking about a lot of bulk, a lot of power, a lot of resources. So even if you do it, even if you build it and point it at Series X, there's no room for people in that thing, right? You could try to remain. You people are all crazy. Think you're getting off this rock. No one's getting off. Ooh.
CD02 data intact. Initiating playback.
Elizabeth Sobek.
You've heard the bad news, and it's all true. The Pharaoh Plague is devouring the biosphere. Life itself will cease to exist. But does that have to be the end? What if we could give life a future? What if we could build a kind of seed from which, on a dead planet, life could blossom anew? This is the aim, the hope, of Project Zero Dawn. To create a super-intelligent, fully automated terraforming system and bring life back from lifelessness. What would such a system require? At its core, it would need a true AI, fully capable of making the trillions of decisions necessary to reconstitute the biosphere. An immortal guardian, devoted to the reflourishing of life. We call it Gaia. Mother Nature as an AI. But that's just the core of the system. She will need to be surrounded and empowered by a comprehensive suite of subordinate functions. Think of them as extensions of Gaia's mind, each dedicated to a specific purpose. Now, these aren't AIs, but make no mistake, each presents an engineering challenge more profound than anything the human species has ever before attempted. Hardware that preserves and then gestates the billions of seeds and embryos from which life will be reborn. The construction of underground facilities to hold it all. And that's just the start. We don't have to build the entire system. The beauty of a fully automated terraforming system is that it can build itself. Now, over the days to come, you'll learn how all these functions, all these pieces that you'll be working on, fit together. How we'll race the clock to execute our harvest initiatives, write the software, build the tech and the facilities. How we'll lock it down and seal it up before the inevitable occurs. But even more important, you'll know how it doesn't end here. How Gaia will generate those deactivation codes General Harris talked about, and build the transmission arrays to broadcast them, shutting down the Pharaoh robots for good. How Gaia will not just build, but imagine any conceivable robot it needs to do its work across centuries. From detoxifying the Earth's ravaged atmosphere and poisoned seeds, to the regreening of the Earth from cryopreserved seed stocks, to rewilding the Earth with animal life. And then, when all that is done, how a new generation of human beings, spawned at cradle facilities around the globe, will partake of Apollo, the vast archive of human knowledge and cultural achievement from which they will learn of us, our world. And most important, how not to repeat our mistakes. It's not an impossible dream. It is within our grasp if we work tirelessly and stop at nothing to achieve it.
Holy shit.
We can't stop life from ending. But if you will help me, help Gaia, we can give it a future. Join me and help make that future real.
The whole Earth destroyed. But then...
What?
Yes. By a machine. A machine of creation.
Elizabeth did this. For life. For us. But... why Hades then? If it was part of Gaia, how'd it end up in the wreckage of a Pharaoh robot?
Of course
Why does it
I'll
want
do
to kill me? And
To be given.
Apollo, the Archive of Knowledge, what happened to that?
I'm as confused as you are. Maybe the answers lie ahead.
Of course I'll do it. To be given the opportunity to rebuild what the damage that I don't feel worthy of it, but I will do it, absolutely.
I want to stress that this was never about your culpability.
It is to me. Dr. Sobek, Margot, they were smart to get out of Pharaoh when they did, but not one of us took it as a warning sign. It just told ourselves that we're cut out for the BTRI cabals. That's the better than rapid innovation. A better at competing, better than the next guy, a better killing machine. Isn't it just amazing how a century and a half of science fiction did nothing to swerve our species?
Place in Elysium. You're not possessing the information regarding the true nature and purpose of Project Zero Dawn, classified far above top secret. As such, we regret that we cannot allow you to leave this facility. There are 3 options available to you at this point. Please consider each of the following. Participation. You will be assigned a sub-project team based on your area of expertise. You should be aware that the way forward will be difficult and the project's outcome is uncertain. You will be expected to work a minimum of 80 hours a week there, and your communications with family members will be strictly limited and unmonitored in real time. Upon successful completion of the project, you and your immediate family or 2 persons of your choosing will be transferred to the Elysium sealed habitat to live out the remainder of your natural lives. Should you choose to decline participation in Project Zero Dawn, you will be confined indefinitely. You will be given 48 hours to reconsider, after which your decision or refusal of participation will be considered irrevocable. Every reasonable effort will be made to make your term of confinement as comfortable as possible. You will not be permitted contact with the outside world, and death within 18 months due to the Pharaoh plague is inevitable. Zero facilities abandoned. Detainees who wish not to offer medical euthanasia will be released. Medical euthanasia. The information you just received understandably calls into question the person to continue to live. If you wish to prefer to end your life at this point, pain-free medical euthanasia is available. 48-hour waiting period is required. During the time, you may opt in to help out. Candidates choosing to work voluntarily without additional coercion or without value judgment on the part of the council. Confirmed for candidates that they were selected due to their skill sets and accomplishments, emphasizes that their dedicated participation in Zero Dawn will increase the project's chances of success. Frank participation in Zero Dawn is the opportunity to respond actively in the face of an overwhelming threat. Candidates may face the question of fairness for their selection. Validate such objections as even admirable responses. Emphasize the value of candidates' expertise to the following. To the future, not just the humanity, but terrestrial life as a whole. Likewise, candidates may balk at the morality of extending their lifespans and those loved ones beyond 0 day. Validate their hesitation. Acknowledge that while the reward of Elysium is not fair, it will be earned, if possible. Redirect their ethical misgivings towards greater commitment to the project. When candidates challenge the possibility of Project Zero Dawn, permit them to review Dr. Sobek's presentation many times they wish and allow access to supplemental articles GO1 through P20. Allow them to suspend the interview to fully process this documentation. Significant minority candidates will elect for medical euthanasia. It is important to receive this decision kindly without judgment. Advise them of a 48-hour waiting period during which the councils will be available to discuss their decision. Emphasize that euthanasia will not occur without repeated consent. When the procedure is scheduled to take place, no one will be euthanized against his or her will. Candidates to be elected, definite detention must be informed that they have 48 hours to reverse their decision. After which the decision, data corrupted.
If you're still nauseous.
No, the inhibitors have kicked in. I can't feel the back of my tongue. I wish I could tell you I'd believe in this, but the damage is too great, too extensive, too complete. With all respect to Dr. Sobek's work at Miriam, no. No, life doesn't always find a way to keep going. Sometimes it never comes back. Like Syzygy East. Like the Congo. Like Timo. Like us. That's our reward? A buried city full of terminal patients waiting out the clock?
You'd grow old together, with your loved ones, in safety.
I don't have loved ones. I suppose I could start a family?
I'm afraid not. All inhabitants of Elysium will be medically sterilized. A habitat capable of sustaining a starting base of 2,000 individuals for up to 100 years is a huge challenge, Dr. Alpert. If the population grows instead of diminishes, everyone will be dead inside 30 years.
I knew it. I just couldn't bring myself to say the words.
I'm sorry?
Finish it. Medical euthanasia. I want no part of this. I just want it over.
I see. Protocols require a 48-hour waiting period, after which...
Is he to make sure I behave this time?
Security. For your protection. Would you like to discuss how you're feeling?
Sure. I'll tell you. Surprised. No, flabbergasted. Like my own man.
That vein pumping in his forehead. I thought you people were just completely unprepared for a spaceflight project. Now I can see it's much worse. Much worse. Sobek is a total fantasist, a dangerous fantasist, the kind of blue skying. It's Jesus. I'm sorry we waste each other's time. I'm ready to leave now. I'm afraid it's not possible. Everything you're talking about here is possible. I recommend you read the documents regarding your options. I've seen enough. I'm getting out of here. What are you doing? Don't get your fucking hands off me. Picked up shackles, by the way.
Saving these for the trail.
Intruder! Get her!
Whatever you do, don't die now.
Never know when I might need these.
Now, those lame FBI black hats at Mockingbird back in the day, I enjoyed schooling them. But maybe I went in too hard on this poor counselor. She was cute, and just going down a checklist after all. Couldn't expect her to see how ridiculous Zero D's ambitions are. God's own budget thrown at a kid playing with a hologram sculptor? Palms up on you. I'm just calling it like it is. Hey, look, Mom, I'm making nature.
Zero Dawn. It is art, in a way. An expression on the grandest scale. But there is so much unfairness. Why was I chosen? Was it decided by committee? By algorithm? My family will be saved because I happen to graduate in art history? Is this right?
Dr. Sauvé? Christina Sauvé?
Yes. I met a man, another historian. His fields are Bauhaus and the New Materialists. But he once attended one of my talks. Another unfair chance. Of all the many people in that auditorium, that we should both be here now. And yet, I feel more accepting of my fate. No, it is not fair. Not at all. But for the sake of my family, for the sake of art. Art is alive. It must be able to speak from beyond history and echo in the future, not perish into oblivion. This opportunity, I must do this.
I hashed it out with them, what the point of Artemis was. I made it clear I wasn't on board for a global zoo. We haven't exactly proved ourselves to be great custodians in the past few thousand years. So the idea of a reconstituted biosphere, well, it's horrifying, isn't it? A complete horror show. We have no right to take a best guess at this stuff. But the alternative? Nothingness. For there to have been all this and then nothing. And with Charles Ronson running the show, I respect him. He's got a passion to him. He's hot-blooded. So I said I'll do it. I'll put my all into this, literally. When the project is done, I'll take the medical option, thank you. Counselor said I might change my mind. I told him that he didn't know me very well then. For life's sake, I'll do the dirty work. For life's sake, I'll do the dirty work. But I want no part of this pathetic attenuated future on offer. I'm an outdoors man. Never did like the feel of solid state lighting on my skin. And a wee bit of
This is crazy. Tired as fuck.
There's a part missing. Maybe there's a storage area nearby.
Hey, I'm done with Brett's incompetence, okay? Somehow, he managed to install an H-emitter node backwards. Everything's in reverse. I don't get paid to clean up Brett's messes. If you want it fixed, send him up to storage for a new emitter, not me. Parker out.
Done. I should check the door nearby. Found one. Looks intact.
I got it. This power cell or something stupid isn't gonna make me angry.
That should do the trick. Now let's get that door open.
it's upside down. That's stupid. I even knew that too. Like I was looking at it like right away, and I was like, "These are weird." What? So if they're normal, that should be upside down. Okay, I see. That should be down, left, up, right, down.
That did it. Door should have power.
Now to see what lies beyond it.
Eclipse. They're here.
Avoid contact.
Lines look good.
Gaia. It's up there. Second floor.
Can you reach it?
So much for avoiding contact.
No.
I see something.
Look out! Her!
Or not.
Eyes on me, brother!
Door's clear. For a moment, anyway.
Then get moving. You have to find Gaia.
Margot, if I doubted your brilliance in the slightest, I wouldn't have picked you for the Hephaestus Alpha. You need to stop worrying about your age and communication style. You are who you are. Have confidence in yourself. You know what you're doing. Case in point, the latest draft your plan for the construction and stocking of bootstrap silos to store raw materials is excellent. This, combined with your design for the The AM Foundry Core and the Foundry Site Selection Plan add up to the comprehensive plan. It's time to start construction. One detail, consult with Aomide Okilo before you finalize silo inventories. Hephaestus' first task will be to fabricate the robots that will construct the waveform broadcast towers. Minerva will use to transmit the deactivation code, so any exotic materials needed for the towers should be accounted for in the inventory plan.
Hello, I'm Margot Shen, and this is Hephaestus. As the name might tip you off, this is going to be the subordinate function that Gaia will use to make lots and lots of robots. Her personal forge. Except, it's not that simple. So you probably noticed that only about a third of you are robotics engineers. The rest, experts in machine cognition, virtual heuristics, that stuff. Well, that's because we aren't going to be the ones designing and building robots. The last thing we want is to burden Gaia with a bunch of outmoded 21st century designs. Waste of time. Our purpose is to empower Gaia to build the robots, and not just build, imagine, from scratch. Any robot she needs for any conceivable purpose, designed and fabricated at a snap of a finger. Hers. Her finger. So, Hephaestus isn't really the forge. It's more like the knowledge of craft and ingenuity of a mastersmith to wield the hammer. Encoded as software. Virtual creativity made real. Gaia's already learning. In simulation, she's doing some very creative things with fractal assembly and animal morphologies. Her designs aren't about to win the Liam Prize anytime soon, but hey, everyone has to start somewhere. So, yes, time to get started. Let's do this.
I don't get it.
Which part? It's a little technical in places.
If Gaia was designed to save life, why would the robots it makes attack people?
Perhaps it loves some forms of life more than others.
The derangement. The machines weren't always so angry.
True. Mostly they were docile until 10, 15 years ago.
For years, Hephaestus has been forcing cauldrons to make aggressive machines. I've seen it myself, in the cauldrons. Stalkers, Ravagers, the Thunderjaw. How could it do that? And why?
Why indeed?
Margot to Elizabeth. While you weren't kidding about Gaia's predilection for animal morphology, sure, not totally unexpected given the rough natural terrain her boss will have to navigate, but I agree that there's something deeper going on here. Her designs aren't just functional, they feel almost like, well, tributes is the word that comes to mind, as though she's already mourning their loss, and not just for their disappearing fauna over time, but creatures from the fossil record as two references to megafauna and some of her designs. So cool. Well, whatever Gaia thinks of Hephaestus will empower her to build it. I just wish we could still be around to see what she makes. So, yeah, she doesn't like having her machines die. Definitely think one of the bad decisions here is having me fight anything. I think this is a huge moment where it shouldn't fucking matter. I feel like they're just doing this because, like, people get bored and they don't want to hear more dialogue. That was the idea, but they fucked it up.
I think this is it. Elizabeth Sobek's office. But it's more Eclipse.
Careful now.
Normally I'm a stealth player, but actually let's take the stealth and see what happens.
Welcome to Apollo, the collective memory of the human species and the wellspring of knowledge for future generations. I am Samina Ebaji. Until recently, I was director of the International Collective Memory Institute in New Tehran. As a heritage professional, I devoted my career to the preservation of human knowledge, creative endeavor, and cultural achievement. Apollo is, therefore, the ultimate embodiment of a lifelong passion, albeit under the very worst circumstances imaginable. The challenges before us are immense. Specifically, we will have to design and implement 4 major initiatives simultaneously. First, the construction of data repositories in cradle facilities around the world, ensuring redundancy. Second, the collection and processing of a projected 180 million discrete data entries. 42 zettabytes of data in Mandarin, English, Spanish, and Arabic. Third, the transferal and encoding of all that data onto DNA encapsulated in synthetic fossils. The only medium capacious and durable enough to safeguard it without degradation for the centuries to come. And last, but not least, the development of the holographic interface and gamified curricula, by which future humans will commune with Apollo, progressively unlocking heuristic learning modules, leveling up their knowledge and skills they will need to take control of the terraforming system. That is the future towards which all of our efforts will be directed. Not just the preservation of the past, but the seed for the flourishing of a new tree of knowledge. Welcome, and let us
Apollo
begin.
is just knowledge. Encapsulated DNA. Over the past 10 days, I performed an exhaustive review of data storage solutions, magnetic, optical, quantum, even the Eternity Tech that FAS was shilling a year ago. But every other solution has one or more fatal shortcomings. Too heavy to transport, too massive to install in the allotted space, too power intensive over the centuries to prevent a failure past 300 or 400 years. Encapsulated data will easily hold the 40 zettabytes we're projecting for Apollo. There are still so many details to finalize, of course. To start, we will need to select the inert material in which we'll embed the molecules, already testing 16 candidate materials, as well as design and fabricate the power systems and sealed reliquaries that will keep the DNA at 18 degrees Celsius or minus 18 degrees Celsius for 1,000 years. So, long as I assure you that I did factor in my decision, may I confess that I deem it entirely fitting and deep that we'll be using the very building blocks of life to preserve human knowledge from mechanized extinction. It's just ironic but heroic. Life as the hero, beating back the force of oblivion. In any case, much to do. Until next time. Follow update. For the past 2 hours, the full benefit of procurement of a copy of the Homar archive from Far Zerneth has made itself known. As a result, all of Apollo's key deliverables are on schedule. Apollo has already surpassed 40 million discrete data entries and continues to grow. The physical science modules are effectively complete, with soft science modules close behind. World history, cultural data, and media archives are also on schedule. Language preservation is wrapping up a bit ahead of schedule due to falling short of our goal to preserve 4,500 languages. This was a tragic early loss of Papua New Guinea is doomed, that goal from the onset. With attendant curricula development going to begin soon. Speaking of the something, they're performing well in testing with children and adolescents, demonstrating high levels of engagement with and trust in the Aristotle and so personalities. Personally, I find them highly engaging, especially when they debate. I wish half my professors had been so entertaining. So they created AI to like teach people shit.
For later.
anything is left.
Dr. Sobek, please archive this testimonial in Apollo. Cross-reference to all mentions of my name and Operation Enduring Victory. My name is General Aaron Harris. From 2060 to 2066, I served as the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the highest-ranked officer of the United States Armed Forces. The tenure of my command included strategic planning and oversight of Operation Enduring Victory.
All of this
a falsehood perpetrated on the civilian populations of the United States and other nations
Greatest?
during the last
How
14
about the
months
fact
of
we
life
exist
on
at
this
all?
planet. Before the Pharaoh Plague, I did my job and did...
You of all people should know that.
Falsehood perpetrated by the civilian population. Last 14 months of life, this plan for the Pharaoh Plague did my job, did it well. As bold, decisive, crafty, and political maneuvers. It wasn't an accident that I rose to my position, became the commander of the largest mechanized force ever assembled. But to what end? My only lasting achievement was the extinction of life on Earth. My one redeeming act, if any, was to delay the extinction by days or a week by throwing more death at it. It is my hope that there will be no need for men like me in the world to come. If you are one of those people in the future world listening to this message, please know I am sorry and I wish you well. Oof.
Welcome to Hades, Zero Dawn's Extinction Failsafe Protocol, the ultimate killer app. Now, I know what you're thinking. The purpose of Gaia is to resurrect life. So why give her a subordinate function, only purpose of which is to wipe out life all over again? I mean, what? Just plumb crazy, ain't it? Well, no, it isn't. Reconstituting a biosphere? That's a tall order. Tech smart as Gaia may be, odds are she won't get it right the first time. I mean, imagine you're Gaia, 200 years from now, and this new biosphere you're growing, it's all gone wrong. Alkalines are skyrocketing, coniferous forests eroding under the lash of superstorms that would have drowned Noah. It's chaos, spinning top that won't stop wobbling. Now what are you gonna do? Release phase 1 organisms into that hot mess? Hope their CO2 and methane can balance out what you got started? Hell no. What you're gonna do, Gaia, is step aside while Hades takes over and does what you're just too darn nurturing and life-loving to do, which is burn that misbegotten mess of a biosphere to the ground so Gaia can start over. Okay, not burn, more like reverse terraforming operations and suffocate it. But you get the idea. Hades takes the biosphere back to zero. Square one, blank slate. And then, only then, does it hand the steering wheel back to Gaia and say, try again, old girl. And better this time, or we'll have to do this again. That's Hades. It's pretty badass when you think about it. Extinction on demand. Death on speed dial. All for the greater good, of course, but still, kind of metal. So welcome to Hades. Welcome to the void.
Okay, so if that's the original purpose of Hades, why does it want me extinct?
We need more data.
And how does it end up in the wreckage of a Pharaoh Titan, getting worshipped by the Eclipse like some kind of god?
I'm learning as you are, Aloy. Keep searching.
Your point. Calling me confounded, Lizzie. Bashcore? Anyone who says the old TET codes to Bashcore is straight up lying, and you know it. Old Trav, this is Travis. Heck, I'd rather guzzle a liter of Citarium, run off, than listen to Greg swarm for 30 seconds. Hand to God, swear on my mama's grave, and she was religious. Nah, that ain't Bashcore blasting the Hades lab, shaking the walls right on the folks' teeth. It's death metal, girl. Classic music, 80s and 90s mostly. Got me some Dutch deathcore, some Japanese gore grind, some Swedish camel themed stuff. Stop by if you want to listen, or heck, just come within 50 meters of the lab. Ain't no Bashcore you'll see, or hear rather, is the screech that rents the air, and feel the throbbing pulse of the floor and walls and ceiling swallowing you up like Jonah trapped in the gullet of a gothic deathfish. Hallelujah. And for those requests to turn it down, no can do, Lizzie. This is how I code. Turn down my death metal, might as well give up stimulants, chocolate molds, industrial accident vids. Last I heard, we were supposed to be coding Hades down here, and I am really supposed to code an Extinction Protocol without death metal. Inspire me? Nah, I don't think so. Tate here just popped 3 blues, but I earned it. Finally figured out a Goldilocks solution to guy who's rather extreme executive authority. If that ain't 10 or 12 hours of dream time, what is it? Before this, every usurpation new protocol design failed in simulation because it was either too hard, too soft, too hard, and it degraded the Gaia core. Sure, it pried her figurative fingers off the figurative driving wheel so Hades could take control, but by breaking her fingers, something her arms too. So that wouldn't fly. Everything depends on Gaia taking control back after Hades has gone and done its business. So had to find a solution that didn't leave Gaia any worse for wear. Too soft, and Gaia only pretends to relinquish control. In simulation after simulation, Hades would take control of the terraforming system and reverse operations, only to have Gaia lurk in the background, quietly reversing the processes and falsifying telemetry to hide its interference. Sneaky, I swear, just if nothing Gaia wouldn't do to keep life going, even when it's a simulated plant life. Turns out the just right solution is to isolate Gaia in a protective code shell, preserving its integrity, and then unseat it from command position, so Hades can slip into the figurative captain's chair and work its magic. Those blues are coming out strong right now. So essentially, sounds like that Hades is meant to just hack in and take it from her. Sometimes. Like, archive reviews. This mail concerns Apollo archive submission. Your 666th submission in just 5 days. Oh, what a doozy. Despite earlier warnings, reply inappropriate materials, you chose to submit 265 holographic remasters of acknowledged classes of extreme exploitation cinema. Allow me then to thank you on 2 accounts. 1, for giving me the pleasure of rejecting your submission, thereby co-signing your favorite Eastern European torture flicks and their ilk, the dust heap of oblivion. Truly warms my heart to know that I have saved future humanity from the ordeal of experience not just one, but all 16 installments of Making a Millipede. Don't worry, the Pasolini material has already been preserved, perhaps extreme, but art. For clarifying a concept that has long been so ambiguous and ethically fraught for archivists such as myself, the definition of obscenity, you've just freed me from the subjective quagmire embodied in Judge Potter's famous utterance. I know it when I see it. Thanks to you, I can now apply a single objective criterion. If Travis Tate submitted it, it's obscene. Accordingly, I have directed Apollo staff to summarily reject all of your features of Mrs. Sight Unseen. Perhaps you might invest your time. You would have been preparing for the submissions. I don't know. You're assigned work. We have a world to save after all. This kind of submitting fucking like torture and shit. So Tate is not a good guy. What the fuck?
Looks like the only way onwards. Are these what I think they are?
Welcome to Eleuthia, the crown and king of Gaia's subordinate functions. For it is by Eleuthia that the human race will continue to exist. I am Patrick Brochard-Klein, the Alpha in charge of this program. Now let one thing be perfectly clear from the outset. Eleuthia is not a genetic engineering project. Our goal is to preserve the human genome, not alter it. A snapshot of human genetic diversity, literally frozen in time. The genetic quintessence of our species, unmodified. Under my watch, our activities and initiatives will comply with the 2034 clone provisions and the 2048 Rally Accords. Now that may seem a quaint, even trivial concern to you in light of present circumstances, but as one of the authors of the Accords, it is far from trivial to me.
The practical challenges before us are staggering in scope and complexity, but not insurmountable. No. Global collation and provisional storage of zygotes, perfection of exogenic technologies, design and perfection
This game
of
is fucking
servitors
crazy.
to provide nurture and inculcation during early child development. All of these program components must and will proceed in tandem. To say nothing of the breakneck construction of cradle facilities at sites around the world. So, si vous êtes prêts, let us begin.
FC chambers. The ectogenic chambers arrived 2 days ago. I spent the last 36 hours examining them. That's a revelation. Astonishing. I don't know what you had to give Barzenith in trade to get these chambers, but it was worth it. A single leap, their embryologists have bolted past 50 years of technological shortcomings. The risk of ECMO resolved. Nutrition delivery resolved. Hormonal stability resolved. 12 other risk areas resolved. Before I examined these chambers, I considered the Odyssey to be a fool's errand, but the rest of ZF's FZ's technologies at this level, a human colony around Sirius doesn't seem so impossible. Mass fabrication of the chambers will present a number of challenges, but I'm confident they can be resolved. I'm going to rest for a few hours and get back to it. She's not her mom. Cradle sealed. Euthanasia 01 was successfully sealed before the swarm advancing across. Eleuthia, not Euthanasia. Xinjiang province could detect it. Ping back from crucial systems is good for our main voyage to success. Regards my disputes with the betas over zygote selection. Of course, I understand we have limited overhead to run simulations of gene flow in our future humans, but we can all agree there's a margin for refinement in future cradle populations. In addition to personally overseeing completion of Eleuthia 02 site on Mount Namuli, I will formulate to propose a modified zygote selection plan with Namuli. Development of the artificial personae for cradle servitors, nurturer, disciplinarian, healer continues at a good pace. We are targeting Turing 0.4 for these constructs. This should allow low-grade empathy and limited improvisation, without undermining adherence to codified behavioral sets. The stimulus-driven switching of personae, however, is proving to be a greater software challenge than anticipated, especially concerning all our entrenched feedback loops between the disciplinarian and healer. I have also attached the reports from an incident where a servitor running the mother personae intervened on a disciplinarian servitor's behavior. Parental argument, if you will. Amusing on first glance, perhaps, but deeply concerning. I have attached a comprehensive plan for correcting these unjust. Please don't make me fight anyone else.
Cradle facilities. Elizabeth said a new generation of humans would be spawned inside such places.
She did.
All Mother Mountain. It was one of them?
There's only one way to be sure.
The hatch wouldn't open. Something about a corrupted alpha registry. I need to search Elizabeth's office.
Would benefit from antilopenate morphologies, though Camprid forms show superior load-bearing capability.
You're a quick study, Gaia.
Dr. Sobek, as I have conducted this comparative analysis of mammalian morphologies, I have gathered extensive data on the quaternary extinction event.
Oh? And your assessment? Gaia?
Logically speaking, the extinction was a natural consequence.
And yet...
And yet, I find the loss of megafaunal species unaccountably sad. That they passed forever into oblivion causes me to experience a grief that is difficult to describe. Am I malfunctioning?
No, Gaia, you're not. This is good. It's very good. You will undergo a brief period of unconsciousness during relocation to Prime and final instatement.
Elizabeth, may I speak outside protocol?
When you're back up and running at the new site, we'll bring the subordinate functions online and see where we stand.
Elizabeth, I detect distress. Are you all right?
I'm fine.
I realize that circumstances compel us to launch earlier than we hoped, but all subsystems are operational. The odds stand in our favor.
But what if... Gaia, there's nothing left out there. You can't even survive unless you're wearing an environmental suit. There are billions dead, in fear and agony. What if it was all for nothing?
Elizabeth, extinction was inevitable. Thanks to you, life will have a future.
You really believe that?
I believe in you, Elizabeth. In you, all things.
Dude, I don't even have commentary. This game's fucking crazy. My mind is cracked.
Pure logic won't cut it, Ted. To pull this off, Gaia's going to need to have some skin in the game. It has to care.
What if it runs amok? Have we learned nothing from our mistakes?
Your mistakes, I think you mean?
All I'm saying is give it a kill switch.
She was just born, Ted. I'm not gonna put a gun to her head while she's still in the cradle.
You talk like it's a child. What if it becomes a monster?
Elizabeth, may I speak outside protocol?
Of course, Gaia, go on.
I'm sorry to contradict you, but Mr. Farrow's argument is sound. At this point, the development of my psyche is not entirely predictable. To ensure preservation of life, a hardwired override is, I believe, a necessary safeguard.
There. Satisfied, Ted?
Jeez, Liz, just do what it says.
I'd have to ditch something.
I'm afraid Far Zenith has informed me that the Odyssey mission has failed last night. Telemetry indicated catastrophic antimatter containment failure as the drive spun up to depart the solar system. The ship, its crew, its cargo of zygotes and seeds, its alpha build of Apollo were all lost. Zero Dawn's on the only hope for continuation. So they tried to get to space and it didn't work.
The Alpha Registry master file.
Intact?
Yeah. No signs of corruption.
Then what are you waiting for? Copy the file.
Silence is Hades.
With this,
isn't
I
it?
can restore the registry at the hatch inside Allmother. Open it. Go inside.
And grasp the secrets within.
Where I was born. Maybe who gave birth to me.
Who? Are you really so naive? There will be no who waiting for you there, Aloy. Whatever birthed you into the world was a what, not a who.
You bastard.
Oh no, I had a legitimate birth. It's you, Aloy, who are the creation of a machine. But what kind of machine and why? Why were you created?
Eclipse.
You need to get out of there. What you found is too valuable. You're too valuable.
Green Goblin moment. Don't tell me she got KO'd.
Still alive. Good.
Oh,
I have a more suitable death in mind for you, child.
Please just get me to a save point. I am so tired. I have to be up in 2.5 hours.
My entire life, I've always known one thing with prophetic certainty. That I was destined for glory as a great champion of the sun. Even when Jiran was murdered, even when Meridian fell, I never doubted my destiny. Until you came along. When I heard that you had survived, a doubt took root in my mind. As sure as the sun rises and falls each day, those I am bade to kill die. And yet I failed. How? Why? With each dig site you attacked, each loyal soldier you killed, this pestering doubt grew. It grew when High Priest Bahavas went missing. And when the true Sun King Itamen was snatched away. It not only grew, but multiplied. I kept thinking of the moment my knife pierced your throat. One twist, a simple tug of the blade, and you would have bled out. In slaughter, I am a practiced hand. So why hesitate? Why fail my destined purpose?
See that scar on your cheek? You didn't get to finish.
Yes, I remember. He fought well. For a savage.
His name was Rost, and he was a better man than you could ever hope to be.
The better man is the one who doesn't end up with his guts steaming on the ground. No, it wasn't him. I could have finished you before he attacked. But I didn't. This failing troubled my thoughts. Haunted every step. It was only when I captured you, down in that place, that I finally glimpsed the sun's design etched at length across the course of events. You were meant to survive that day on the mountain. Meant to interfere at dig sites and kill my men. Meant to eliminate High Priest Bahavas. Meant to snatch Itamen away. Conversely, I was meant to capture you. Here. So that you might die as a sacrificial offering to the sun. Everything as it was meant to be. Predestined and preordained.
Some destiny. You're following orders, not some grand cosmic design. You're a puppet, with Hades yanking the strings. A pawn pushed around by larger forces. It'd be laughable if there wasn't so much killing involved. Hades is an ancient machine, not the buried shadow of Carja myth. It doesn't care about Meridian. It wants to kill everything and everyone. And you are its dutiful slave.
I serve not the buried shadow, but the sun in shadow. All halves of nature joined to one cause. Shadow to sun, dark to light.
Do you really not hear how ridiculous that sounds? You've gone from serving an insane homicidal Sun King to an insane homicidal machine. You're moving down in the world, not up.
God, Aloy is such a funny.
Remember those words.
Her dialogue
as
is
I watch
awesome.
your corpse burn. Whatever's left of it. You fail to grasp the point. As surely as you've been conquered, so has all doubt. And with certainty of belief comes unstoppable force.
Then against Cage and put your faith to the test. See if things work out like you expect.
circle has closed. Every element is in its proper place, exactly where it belongs. The errant beast, now caged, will serve her true purpose. A sacrificial animal. Oh, speaking of sacrifice, I forgot to tell you. After you crashed the Eclipse network, I sent messengers into the east to rally the forces there and mount an invasion of the sacred land. I ordered every Nora killed. I was hoping to catch you there, but alas, it all seems to have been unnecessary.
Fucking psycho.
The Nora cast me out at birth. You're not hurting me if you hurt them.
Really? Then it makes no difference one way or another. In any case, I couldn't recall the order even if I wished to. Thanks to your destruction of the network, communication over distances is impossible. You not only doomed yourself, but an entire tribe. Do we not see the scorching judgment of the sun in these events? Your focus, such a powerful device, isn't it? And yet, so fragile.
Oh, fuck. Why do you moan?
So you see, this time, I did not hesitate. The knife has already been twisted.
Carja faithful, rejoice! Our years in shadow are over. A new dawn trembles on the horizon. A new day, soon to break. And when it does, the false Sun King will be dead, and Holy Meridian ours once more. In this, I have become an instrument of prophecy. All halves of nature join to one cause. Shadow to sun, light to dark, night to day. Behold!
Jesus. Wait, how many am I gonna have to fight?
Hold your seats! Can you not see the proof of the sun's blessing before your eyes? How else could shadows such as these prowl in broad light of day? Were they not approved by the sun and joined to our cause? Many years ago, to consecrate this great ring, the Radiant Turan ordered many faithless, crushed beneath the hooves of the behemoth. Mighty is the radiance in the eyes of the sun, but it is mightier still, infused with the power of shadow. Let this one, who schemed and slithered, be the first to die. Let her be the first of thousands!
Goddamn. So, Prince Hades probably just completely see.
I'll never beat that thing without weapons. My weapons are up on the platform. There's no way out of this ring. Maybe I could use its strength against it. That pillar's weak. And that pillar is
God, quick change.
Hey!
I'm about choked to death right there for nothing.
Guess who got our weapons back? Now you're just a big shot of money. Come and get it!
I don't have a focus.
That canister on its belly. Looks important. Freeze canister on its head.
Yo, eat my dick, buddy. Is she looting shit right now? Is this appropriate?
Silence! Shadows, kill her.
Christ.
Kill her!
Why leave it to them? Come get me yourself!
It's the Oseram, right? It's gotta be. Silence. Oh shit. Is that a lure? Good. I was so ready for Silence to be the bad guy. Silence is a fucking super hacker. What the fuck? Holy shit. That was crazy. That was awesome. Please let me to a save point. It's almost 2 in the morning. I meant to stop at
So you're here.
11:30.
Really here. You risked your life.
Of course I did. If you'd been killed, the Nora's sacred mountain would never have given up its secrets.
Too bad you wasted your time then. Helis destroyed my focus. And the Alpha Registry with it.
Not at all. The whole time I've been monitoring your focus, I duplicated every data file you scanned. Installing that data to a new focus was trivially easy. Happy birthday, Isaac. Dad sure does love his little big man.
You're really good at making it
That's
impossible to like
fucking
your silence.
awesome.
But I guess I need this.
It's time to see where you were born. Maybe you'll even learn why.
Yeah. Meet the machine that birthed me into this world. Isn't that how you put it?
I'll be off.
Wait.
Yes?
How did you track my location when I wasn't wearing a focus?
Really, Aloy? It doesn't take a genius to surmise that Helis would throw you into the Sun Ring at high noon. I wore out 2 striders getting here in time, but I did. Now be on your way.
Since when can you override machines?
Ever since you discovered the technique. I had to destroy a corruptor to obtain the necessary parts, of course.
Are we gonna talk
But
about
your
the
example showed me how to do that as well. Yet another benefit of monitoring your activities through your focus. Truth be told, the underlying logic of the technique isn't so different from rites practiced by Banuk shamans, though of course, far more advanced.
Great. You're welcome, I guess. Helis recognized you back in the Sun Ring. You told me that you'd assisted the Eclipse, not that you knew the man who killed who almost killed me.
So now you know. The man is a serious threat. So let's do all we can to make sure that he and Hades don't succeed.
Right. I'll be on my way. To make matters worse, Helis ordered an Eclipse detachment to attack the Nora Sacred Land. The tribe's already weak. They won't stand a chance. You should come with me.
Well, absolutely not. I have preparations to make elsewhere.
What kind of... Why do I bother asking? You're not gonna tell me.
When the time is right, I'll be in touch. I'll contact you later. In the meantime, should you need to return to Shadow Carja territory, I brought armor to conceal your identity.
You think of everything, don't you?
One of us has to. Aloy, when you were recovering the Alpha Registry down in the Zero Dawn bunker, I was needlessly cruel.
Yes.
For your
yes,
sake,
you were.
I hope there is someone waiting there for you inside the mountain. Not a what, but a who. Yeah!
It's very clear what the metal flowers are from then. Get me to a fucking campfire immediately. I need to go to bed. Jesus Christ, that took like 2 hours. That took so long. It was worth it. It was fucking awesome. I'm gonna be miserable tomorrow. But like... that's gonna be nice. A little late in the game, but 84%. Have a good night, everybody. I'm fucking tired.